David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
Number full, so welcome everyone. I want to call this meeting to order, and could I please have a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Here.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
He's online.
Here online.
Commissioner Green.
Here.
Commissioner Bustamante.
Present.
Chair Anna Hansen.
Present.
You have quorum.
Next, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance, the state pledge, the land acknowledgement, and a moment of reflection by Natalie Padilla. Pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. I acknowledge that this county building in Santa Fe County is on the original homeland of the Tewa people. The city is known as Ogapowoge Awenge, which is white shell watering place. And Natalie, welcome.
Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today, being ever mindful of our decisions, and in the best interest of our community, we take a moment of silence.
Thank you, Natalie. Please, everyone, sit down. Next, we'll go to approval of the agenda. Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. The initial agenda for today's meeting was posted on Tuesday, December 5th, and the final amended agenda was posted on Friday, December 8th at approximately 4:54 p.m., which is more than 72 hours before today's meeting as required by the Open Meetings Act. In terms of substantive changes as between the two agendas, consent agenda item 4M was added to the final amended agenda. Presentation number 7A was withdrawn, and item numbers 2 and 3 were added to executive session under 11A. In terms of additional changes being recommended by staff today, we would recommend that item 4A, the final order for case number 22-5211, be removed from the consent agenda and instead addressed under miscellaneous action items. And that is so that Commissioner Hughes can abstain from the vote on that final order, as it is the order of the majority of the Board of County Commissioners, and he voted against the conditional use permit. So again, it's just to keep the record clean. And those are the recommended changes from staff. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Manager Schaefer, 4A, is that now become, we just vote on it after the end of the consent agenda?
Madam Chair, we would move it to miscellaneous action items, and it could either be taken up as the first item of business or at the end at the pleasure of the board. I think just for housekeeping, I'd recommend that it be taken up as the first item of business under miscellaneous action items.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. Is there anything else that anybody wishes to have removed from the consent agenda?
Nope, but I will make a motion to approve the agenda as amended by and recommended by the county manager.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Green, a second from Commissioner Hamilton. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 The agenda is approved. Next, we will go on to 1H, years of service, retirement, and new hire recognition. County Manager Greg Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm going to take a moment at our last meeting of this year to recognize both new employees joining our team at Santa Fe County, as well as those who are marking milestones with the county, and finally colleagues who will soon be former colleagues of ours as they start the next chapter of their lives through retirement. Starting with new hires, I wanted to recognize Andrew Seeger, who joined the Community Development Department. We have 2 new employees in the Corrections Department, Felicia Gutierrez and Kevin, I believe it is Real. In the County Clerk's Department, we have 3 recording clerks, Anthony Barella, Serena Crespin, and Charmaine Fields. In the County Manager's Office, in Procurement, Tammy Jim joined the team as a Procurement Specialist Senior, and Eric Martinez joined the County Manager's Office as a Safety Coordinator. In the Community Services Department, Bianca Bailon joined our team as a cook, and we had 2 new hires in the Land Use Department, both in the GIS section. Leonard Bundra joined as a GIS team leader, and Pratisha Sharma joined the team as a GIS analyst. In our Public Works Department, we wanted to acknowledge Cruz Hermosillo and Urbano Jimenez. And in the Sheriff's Department, we wanted to recognize Juan Flores Ramirez, who joined us as a deputy cadet, Jacqueline McAllister, who joined the team as a records clerk, and Dominic Rodriguez as a deputy cadet, and Jose Talachi, who joined the Sheriff's Department as a Sheriff Deputy 3. In the Utilities Department, Luke Gray joined the county as a Utilities Engineering Associate. In terms of years of service, wanted to recognize that we had several employees marking their 10th year anniversary with the county, and several with 15 years and 1 at 25 years. Marking their 10-year anniversary is Tanya Janette and Sonia Quintana, and at 15 years, Kristen Martinez and Rachel Weber, and at 25 years, Judith Gurule. And then finally, wanted to acknowledge those colleagues who will start the next chapter of their lives in retirement. Several from Human Resources, Sonia Quintana, Pauline Carrillo, and Audrey Escabel. And we have 2 from the Sheriff's Department, Judith Gurule and Rachel Weber. And then finally, in the Fire Department, Battalion Chief Carl Eel will be retiring at the end of this year. So again, wanted to acknowledge new hires, those employees who are on their way to making a long career with the county, and those colleagues who will be retiring. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to recognize Sheriff Mendoza. Thank you for being here. Also, I want to recognize that Patricia Boyce, who works in community service, will be retiring. She's not actually on this list yet. We just found out that she will be leaving us, and I want to be able to mention her because we will all miss her very much. And I want to give a special shout out and thank you to Sonia Quintana for her years of service to Santa Fe County as the Human Resource Director. That is really an important job at the county, and she has done an exemplary job. So thank you, Sonia. Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, a lot of those names have become near and dear to me over the last year, and it's sad to see them go, but it's also exciting to hear that people can actually retire in these days, so that's great. But the county manager also left himself out, and he should be acknowledged for his term of service here. So a shout out to County Manager Schaefer and for his 5-year anniversary with us. I thought it was longer than that, so it may have felt like it. Not to me. I'm new here, and so it's only been a year with me. But thank you for your service with Santa Fe County.
County Manager Schaefer has been here longer. He just took a break in between.
That is what I thought. So I just wanted to. I didn't know how we kept score.
Just to make sure you're not being delusional. Okay, I will go on to. Approval of meeting minutes. I request approval of the November 6, 2023 Board of County Commission Special Strategic Planning meeting minutes. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton, a second from Commissioner Green. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Ayes have it. 2B, request approval of November 14th, 2023 Board of County Commission meeting minutes.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton, a second from Commissioner Bustamante. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Next, thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Next is 2C, request approval of the November 17th, 2023 Board of County Commission special meeting minutes.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton, a second from Commissioner Green. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Next, we will go on to consideration of proclamations, commission resolutions, and recognitions. Request approval of a proclamation proclaiming December 12th as Horsemen's Day. Commissioner Hamilton, thank you for filling our audience.
Yes, it makes it so joyful to have all these young adults and young athletes here in the audience, and this is one of the very happy things we get to do to recognize and celebrate such exceptional achievements. So I think I would like to first read the proclamation, and then we have somebody representing them who'd like to say a few words, and if that's good, and then we'll have the photo up. So this is the Santa Fe County Proclamation proclaiming December 12th, 2023 as Horsemen's Day. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County takes great pride in supporting and celebrating the achievements of its talented athletes, and whereas the St. Michael's High School volleyball and football teams have demonstrated unparalleled skill, dedication, and sportsmanship throughout the 2023 season, and whereas on November 18th, 2023, the Ladies Horsemen volleyball team of St. Michael's High School captured the 3A New Mexico State Championship. Wow. And whereas their hard work, dedication, sportsmanship, talent, and exceptional team chemistry enabled these athletes to dominate their competition and defend their state champion title, and whereas the Lady Horsemen were able to close the championship game out in 3 sets, winning St. Mike's its 4th Blue Trophy, And whereas they at times became vulnerable during the tournament, when it was needed, the girls were able to dig deep, take risks, stay aggressive, and display their certain type of hunger. And whereas the risks taken benefited aces and placements that forced opponents to make errors and allowed the Lady Horsemen to exploit and dominate the competition. And whereas on Saturday, November 25th, 2023, the St. Michael's football team solidified a 21-16 win for the top seed in the Class 3A state championship. Wow. And whereas the victory halted a 2-year losing streak in the championship game for the Horsemen, having lost to Ruidoso in 2022 and the rival Robertson Cardinals in 2021. And whereas the championship win was a storybook ending for a program that has gone 11 years without winning a football title, and whereas the Horsemen were behind going into the fourth quarter and while playing Robinson, but then pulled ahead and were able to hold on to the lead, and whereas they knew that if they could control the line of scrimmage and just pull ahead, their defense could hold the position and win. And whereas in taking home the win, they proved that the third time is a charm. That's great. And whereas the 2023 Horsemen football team will forever be known as finishers, a group of young men who always finished a game with grit, perseverance, and undeniable teamwork. And whereas the winning 2023 Class 3A state championship games in both volleyball and football brought honor to St. Mike's High School, the city of Santa Fe, the Santa Fe County, on the local and state level. And whereas head volleyball coach Valerie Sandoval and head football coach Joey Fernandez, team members, parents, faculty, and the student body at St. Michael's High School were integral in guiding the teams to victory through their unwavering support. And whereas the outstanding performances of these teams have not only brought glory to our community, but have also served as a source of inspiration for our residents, fostering a sense of pride and unity. And whereas the board extends its heartfelt congratulations to the St. Michael's High School volleyball and football teams for their extraordinary accomplishments in bringing home their titles. And whereas this proclamation serves as a token of our appreciation for the countless hours of practice, the display of exemplary conduct, and exceptional partnership exhibited by the athletes, coaches, and support staff. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County, do hereby proclaim the 12th of December 2023 as Horsemen's Day. Be it further resolved that the board encourages all residents to join in celebrating the achievements of our local football and volleyball teams, recognizing them as true ambassadors of sportsmanship, dedication, and success.
Congratulations, a well-earned achievement.
Yes, absolutely. I can preemptively say that we are truly proud of this level of accomplishment, to be doing all the work in school and this level of achievement at sports as teams is wonderful and truly does make us proud. And I'd like to invite Valerie Pino to come up and say a few words. Yeah,
there we go. Okay. Thank you so much. I'm Sharon Pino, and unfortunately, Coach Valerie Sandoval was unable to be here today to talk about, but she's very proud of the volleyball team and all their accomplishments, so she wanted me to share a little bit about that with you today, so thank you. The 2023-2024 varsity volleyball team made history at St. Michael's. They are the first team in St. Michael's history to be back-to-back state champions. Varsity team finished with a record of 24-3, game set record of 72-13. In the Moriarty Invitational, they were champions, going undefeated all weekend and winning this tournament 2 years in a row. This year, they were honored to be asked to play in the Metro Volleyball Tournament, where they were the only 3A school to be invited. They battled in pool play and earned a spot in the gold bracket with all 5A teams. They were the 3-time city champions, defeating 5A Capital 3-0 and 5A Santa Fe High School 3-2. They also defeated the 2023 4A state champions this year, St. Pius. They were the 2023 back-to-back district champions and ranked #1 headed into the state tournament. In the state tournament, they won their first game against Tohatchi 3-0, won their second game versus Sandia Prep 3-1, and won the third game defeating Hot Springs #3 3-1. They played in the finals against Santa Fe Indian School and defeated them 3-0 to be the 2023 back-to-back state champions. Not only are these young ladies all-stars on the court, they excel in the classroom with an average GPA of 3.95, with 7 players above a 4.0. The head coach, like to acknowledge them, Valerie Sandoval, assistant coach Gabrielle Baca-Vigil, assistant coach Corinne Bakta, and assistant coach Jolene Euler-Brie, and would also like to acknowledge the players, if you could please stand when I call your name. Gabby Padilla, Ceciliana Ruiz, Danielle Padilla.
Oh, go ahead and stand up.
Alana Overton, Mia Duran, Jane Erickson, Sienna Montano, Victoria Victorino, Maya Pino, Alex Crispin, Marisa Sandoval Moya, Ava Lewis, Penelope Anglin Gilbert, Rebecca Bagwell, Sophia Lopez. We also had several members of the team which made the 2023 All-State Players. First team, Alana Overton, Alex Crispin, Marisa Sandoval Moya, Maya Pino, and Sienna Montano. Second team, Ceciliana Ruiz, Mia Duran, and Victoria Victorino, and also had several 2023 All-District players, Alana Overton, Alex Crispin, Ceciliana Ruiz, Maya Pino, and the 2023 District 3A Player of the Year, Marisa Sandoval Moya. So congratulations, girls. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Sharon. And though I don't have all your names listed, and I apologize, could the football team please stand up?
Yay!
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we take pictures, if other commissioners want to say things.
Anybody else would like to say anything? I have something to say, but I'll wait until last. So to the women's volleyball team, I played volleyball in high school. My niece played volleyball in high school and got a scholarship. So I'm really proud to have you here in the chambers, because playing volleyball, sometimes people don't recognize how important it is to build teamwork and to build a strong connection to one another. And so I want to congratulate you on your hard work and how proud I am of you all. So thank you very much.
Yes.
And we have a coach from, please come up and say a few words.
Speak a few words on behalf of the football team. I'm Coach Jerry Archuleta. I'm one of the assistant coaches for the varsity football team. I do like third time is a charm. We have been in the state championship 3 times in a row. I will tell the commission, 3 years ago I did say we were going to win in 3 years because of the group of young men and women that we have on the team this year. We are the city champions, district champions. We went in ranked at #1, and we came back to win at the end. I'm pretty sure that we are the only state championship football team that had 3 women on our team. We had 3 kickers. And I'd like to thank you for your recognition. I know that all the hard work that we put in, we will start football season again now in February. All the hard work and dedication that we put in isn't for the recognition, but we do appreciate it. And I'll be the first to say we will be the first football team to win back-to-back. Thank you.
Okay,
Excellent.
way to go.
Way to go.
So shall we take 2 separate pictures?
Actually, you need a motion to get this
Oh, we need a
passed.
motion, Commissioner
Oh,
Hamilton.
I'd like to move to approve this proclamation.
And I'll second that.
I have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton and a second from Commissioner Green. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? We have, it is unanimous. So, Daniel, should we do 2 pictures?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Probably can't
I
fit
would
in, everybody.
invite the girl women volleyball team to come forward, and we'll take a picture.
Oh yeah, get a little height there.
Now move that.
All right, I'll do it if you need it.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
And thank you all for coming, spending the time with us. They're very cool.
Okay, I think we're going to resume now that we have the chambers returned to a number of us. It's nowhere near as much fun to have it full like that, but we'll move on. So we're moving on to 4, the consent agenda. 4A is removed, and
I will move to approve the consent agenda with
Carol,
item
second.
A already removed as per the agenda originally, but just to reiterate.
Madam Chair, I second.
okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Green, a second from Commissioner Bustamante. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Oh, I don't think you're opposed. You're just a little slow, so I won't. A little
No, I was
on the timing.
I was voting yes.
Would you like some resolution numbers?
Okay, so the consent agenda is approved, and the county clerk is going to give me numbers, but she's got to turn on her microphone.
I have to lean in. Okay. 4B is Resolution 2023-123. 4D, 2023-124. 4E, 2023-125. 4F, 2023-126. 4G, 2023-127. 4H, 2023-128. Oh, there's 2. Oh. Yes, G is a twofer. Okay, Resolution 2023-127 and 2023-128. Then 4H is 129, 4I is 130, 4J is 131, 4K is 132. And that should be it for the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy that we passed all of these resolutions authorizing a number of grants to the county and a number of sewer projects, including the one in Agua Fria and in Glorieta, and a wastewater plant at the Opera site, and many other good things that will be forthcoming. Next, we will go on to 4A, which was pulled from the consent agenda. Final order for case number 22-52-11 LRA Grower LLC. What's the pleasure of the board? Can I have a motion to
Yes,
approve?
move to approve.
Second?
I have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton, a second from Commissioner Bustamante. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Under discussion.
My apologies for preempting the vote, if I may, but I am going to change my vote from in the affirmative to in the negative in this because I've really think the appropriateness of this came to apparent. It isn't going to change the vote in this, but I just want that to be made clear. So thank you.
Okay. So all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed or abstained?
Opposed.
One opposition, Commissioner Hughes.
And I abstain.
Yes.
And Commissioner Hughes abstains. Okay, so it is a 3-1-1 vote. Is that correct, Karen? Yeah, okay. So we'll move on to appointments and reappointments. Request appointment of 3 members to the Planning Commission, 1 from Commission District 2, and 2 at-large members. Welcome, Jose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jose Larrañaga with Building Development Services. Chapter 3 of the SLDC gives the BCC the authority to appoint members of Planning Commission. Section 3.3.3.1 states, the Planning Commission shall consist of 7 members appointed by the Board. The Planning Commission members shall be registered voters of the county. 1 member shall reside in each of the Commission districts in order to provide diversity of representation. The remaining members shall be at large and may reside in any area of the county and be nominated by any commissioner. Staff is requesting that the BCC nominate and appoint 1 member representing District 2 and 2 at-large members. The terms of these members of the Planning Commission shall be for 2 years or until after their successors are appointed. The terms of the 3 current Planning Commission members will expire in January of 2024 as follows: Charlie Gonzalez, Wendy Perard, and Stephen Krenz. Charlie Gonzalez and Stephen Krenz have served the maximum number of terms allowed under the SLDC. Wendy Perard, however, is eligible for reappointment. In September of 2023 and November of 2023, the county sent out a press release seeking interested members of the general public to serve on the Planning Commission. We received responses from 10 individuals, which includes the 1 current member who is eligible for and has requested reappointment. The list of applicants for District 2 is as follows: Jeremy Meir, Elsie Arena, Erica Rowland, Daniel Pava, and Charles Harrison. We also received letters of interest from applicants who have requested to serve on the Planning Commission as at-large members and reside in different areas of the county. These applicants are as follows: Wendy Perard, Ruben Mendoza, David Rash, Noel Burke, and Paige Ryan. The applicants' letters and interests and resumes are included in Exhibits B and C. Staff recommendations. Staff recommends the appointment of Jeremy Meir for the District 2 position. Staff recommends the reappointment of Wendy Perard for one of the at-large positions. Staff recommends appointment of Ruben Mendoza for the second at-large position. All 3 members shall serve 2-year terms beginning January 2024 until January 2026. Madam Chair, I stand for any questions.
Thank you. I'm going to make a recommendation. I would like to nominate Jeremy Meir for District 2. I would like to nominate Wendy Pilar for at-large, and I would like to recommend Daniel Pava as the other member at-large. Do I have a second?
And I will second that.
That's good.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Are you for or opposed?
I am in agreement. I'm for.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners.
And I want to say to all of the members or all of the people who applied, will you please apply again? there was a large group of really great people, and it was a difficult decision for all of us to come to. And so I want to encourage everyone to apply again.
Madam Chair?
Yes, thank you.
We didn't have discussion, and I completely agree. They were all really good applicants, and I'm very pleased you nominated Dan Pava. I think he will be he's a great contribution. Noah Burke would have also been a great contributor, and so and that was my other thought, and I just wanted to say how valuable it would be to have
and I also
future
think that
participation.
David Rash would also be a great
absolutely
planning commissioner, and I thank you very, very much for being in the audience. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I agree. We had a great pool of folks to choose from, and many of them were, almost overqualified. Really, like we would have been, this is great, but we only have so many openings. But specifically, I want to give a shout out to Charlie Gonzalez, who was termed out. And I'm sure that the chair wants to recognize him because Charlie has been one of the most knowledgeable and best leaders on the Planning Commission over the last, 8 years now, because he's served and termed out there and representing District 2, living in the Agua Fria village, and being as knowledgeable as he is. It's sad to lose him in this, but thank you, Charlie.
And since I nominated Charlie and I have worked closely with Charlie, I was grateful for his expertise on the Planning Commission. He will definitely be missed. It was clear that he had the support of the entire Planning Commission because he served as chair almost the entire time he was on the Planning Commission. I'm sure that they will miss him. Yes, Charlie is one of the more knowledgeable people about our code, and considering that he worked at the county and at the city for many years and was recognized as, people who made a difference in our community, and he has certainly made a difference in our community. So thank you, Charlie, wherever you are out there. He's probably out there working. So thank you once again. And now we will move on to miscellaneous action items. Item number 1, 6A, request acceptance of Department of Finance and Administration grant agreement for $100,000 for Collaboration Center in Santa Fe County and direction to the county manager to negotiate and execute intergovernmental agreement with the University of New Mexico to prepare a feasibility study. Commissioner Justin S. Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the Commission and to staff for facilitating this to this point and hopefully earning the vote of my fellow commissioners to get this into the next phase of its development. As you have heard in past meetings, this is a concept that came forward many years ago as an economic development initiative between the national labs potentially and our region's economic development and academic partners. This is the first step of a feasibility study. This is zero commitment to the commission, except that we are passing this on to UNM to facilitate this due to both our lack of bandwidth and our lack of bandwidth at the county right now. So the UNM has graciously offered to pick this up. The legislature has funded this with sufficient funds to do this feasibility study, and I respectfully ask for your vote to move this ahead. If I can stand for questions if you have any other further questions.
Commissioner Hamilton.
No, I don't exactly have a question, but I think I'm so pleased to see a progression in this where we've brought in some real other partners to advance this and to take some real ownership in addition to what we're doing to participate. This is a great outcome for a fairly long development process, and I really appreciate that. and support doing it at this level.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Bustamante.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, I think this is good. This is the way to do it, to get this to UNM to do the scope of work. I will say that I guess we're still sort of remiss in not seeing the specific entities in Santa Fe County that would be potential partners. It's still very general in the, specific, with regard to the resources, the entities that would be collaborating, because it's been my hope since the beginning that we would acknowledge the work that's being done by others. If it's at all possible, if we could find, I'm looking for the specific line that acknowledges that there's work in Santa Fe County that's being done, and then to say such as, and I really hope that the Innovation Center at Santa Fe Community College could really be called out. They have that, and I just, in the interest of making sure that it ends up on the radar, right? Like, I want to make sure that acknowledging the good work of the Innovation Center. I understand that there has been low response from the Santa Fe Institute, but somehow, some way acknowledging and appealing to their interests, because those are strengths that do exist in our community. So if there was a reference to a such as, in working with these other community entities, I think that it could, let's say, strengthen the potential, because it's easy for local resources to get overlooked when an entity from out of town or out of state or out of the immediate community anyway is conducting an analysis for another community. So I just ask that in some way, shape, or form, that at a minimum there is reference to acknowledge the importance of working with those local entities, such as the Santa Fe Institute and the Santa Fe Community College Innovation Center.
Madam Chair, Madam Commissioner Bustamante, in the effort to leave the feasibility open to all comers, we have been less specific as to those that are ahead of the curve in this. You are correct that the Santa Fe Institute hasn't been ahead on this, but we will reach out to them, or UNM will reach out to them. And the same in the case of the community college. The community college has penned a letter of support in support of this feasibility study, but we did not want to be so specific, because in a good quality feasibility study, you lay it all out there for who wants to participate. We do have 16 key partners that have been identified with varying levels of support already. Those take part from the academic sphere, the scientific sphere, the governmental organization sphere, and the economic development sphere. And with 4 or 5 from each of those areas, and now I expect that UNM will, and as part of their scope of work, will put together a stakeholder group made up of those 4 areas, and reach out to each of those 4 organizations that have early been identified, and then probably even more than that, and really focusing on local, because that is how this will succeed, is by bringing all the local partners together.
And I appreciate that, Madam Chair. Commissioner Green, the other one that I will add, because I do truly believe in it, and I think that it has sort of been maybe disparaged, if not overlooked in the past, is we do not acknowledge, and it is really the wisdom of those who have done sustainability now for centuries in our area, but understanding native science. Like, there is good science, there is good publication. We tend to overlook that. We tend to go straight into outer space and think about all the technological ways of getting to sustainability. And I hope that working with the native tribes in our area will be a priority. That is how people have been able to live here as long as we have, given the extreme conditions that don't necessarily naturally foster an easy way to live, given the conditions. So we're in an arid environment. We're talking sustainability at a national level, but working with those entities who have understood how and where it lives, I will be very happy to see that we acknowledge that indigenous peoples from any lands have had an answer for sustainability where they are all along. So with that, I'm in support of this.
Thank you. And if I may respond, Madam Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, I totally agree. Our indigenous populations all over the world provide a first step in do no harm, right, before you start to tweak the balance of things. So learn from what you've learned. Being on the land in your local environment is a first step in understanding what you can do to live in balance for perpetuity. And I appreciate that, and I hope that that is a filter that this collaboration center always looks at whenever it's implementing, creating implementation strategies for global solutions. With that, if I may, since it is my things, oh, Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
So I don't exactly agree that we don't have the bandwidth. This is not part of our strategic plan and mission, and so therefore it doesn't belong really at the county because it is a much larger arena that you are looking to create a collaboration center for. So I just make that one correction.
Right.
And Madam Chair, when you're ready.
Yes, Commissioner Hughes.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that I think this is, a very small start to something that has great potential for our area. And so I'm glad we're moving in the direction of at least facilitating this idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. And I do think it's good to move it in this direction. I just don't really think the Department of Energy needs money. I think they need to be giving us money. And so I find it odd that the state of New Mexico wants to give the Department of Energy money. It's not, I think it needs to be the other way around.
Madam Chair, I hope that that is the goal of the feasibility study, that it is feasible to get money from a national initiative to be located here in Santa Fe.
Okay, good.
With that, I would like to make a motion approving miscellaneous action item A, request for acceptance of the Department of Finance and Administrative's grant agreement for $100,000 for a collaboration center in Santa Fe County, and 2, direction for the county manager to negotiate and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the University of New Mexico to prepare a feasibility study.
And I'll second.
Oh my, we're fighting over a second. Who knew?
Okay, so I have motion from Commissioner Green and multiple seconds from Bustamante and Hughes. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? The ayes have it. I don't need a resolution number. We will go on to 6B, resolution updating the strategic plan for Santa Fe County by repealing and replacing Exhibit A to resolution number 2022-115, a resolution adopting the strategic plan for Santa Fe County. Santa Fe County Manager's Office, Cindy McGee, welcome.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm Cindy McKee, the Director of Strategic Planning and Operations for the county. Before you is a resolution to adopt the updated Santa Fe County Strategic Plan. This update, as you well know, is the result of tremendous work and thoughtful, careful collaboration by all of you and by county leadership. Thanks to all of you for making this happen so successfully. The strategic plan reflects the values and the priorities of Santa Fe County and will guide us as we allocate our time and our resources and our work in the next year. Upon adoption of this updated plan, staff will begin to develop work plans in our plan management software, and updates will be provided to you monthly with our other monthly reporting so that you can track our progress on this plan. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Okay, questions from the board. Commissioner Hamilton?
I actually don't have a question, but I think it's an incredibly well done bit of work on a consistent basis. So grateful that we have you to marshal through a very inclusive and forward-directed process. And I think it's a great benefit to us in the county. And so thank you for all the work on this.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, thank you very much for all the collaboration we've done. Thank you.
Commissioner Bustamante.
Sincerely, Cindy, this has been a collaborative process, and there are often things that are stated to be collaborative processes, but this was so evident in how each entity, each part of the county worked to define, we worked to review, recommendations were made. It just felt so, I want to say seamless is a word that comes to mind, but it was so well done that it felt very acceptable, that there wasn't a lot of difficulty and controversy, and if there was, things tended to get worked out relatively quickly with regard to what those priorities would be. So I'm very grateful for the process and how it was conducted. Thank you, and thank you to the whole team that worked with you. It was very, very good. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, so many moving parts on both sides of the equation, but then such a very good outcome. Thank you.
Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Cindy. We are privileged to have our offices right next to yours, and so I get to stick my head in as I walk to my office every time I'm in the building, and it's always one of the more cheerful and optimistic spots in the building, but it's a pretty optimistic place, so you shine above the rest, and it's always great to hear about what you're working on, whether it's specifically strategic plan or new ideas for innovation or how to reform different areas of here. And I wholeheartedly support this, as well as helping you with bandwidth, bless you, and other ways to accomplish things for a better Santa Fe County. This is a great plan. You offer to us the opportunity to put ideas forward, and even if they weren't the most aligned or best fit in here, you found a way to fit them in here, which is appreciated by me, who doesn't necessarily like to fit things into the right hole. So, thanks, yes, thanks for the snarf over there. Thanks. But I really appreciate all the hard work in this, and it's been an honor to be a part of this. I got to peek in at the strategic plan about a year and a half ago, a little more than a year and a half ago, in the last edition of it, and that was my first introduction to Cindy McKee, and it was great to meet you then, and now it's great to see your work product evolve into this and to be a part of it. So thank you very much for getting this to here. Good luck with the rest.
Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just say ditto to all of the above. I thought it was a really good process, and we have a really good product. So thank you, Cindy.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, truly, I am simply the person who is standing up here representing an amazing team of optimistic and incredibly qualified people. I've really never worked with folks quite as capable and positive as this group. So on behalf of all of us, I appreciate your appreciation. Thank you.
Yes, and I appreciate you also, Cindy, and the entire team, because like you just said, it takes all of us to do this and make it work. You know, the county manager, county attorney, staff, county manager's office, Sarah Smith, who deserves a shout out.
Yes.
And Yvonne for making sure that we don't misplace or spend money in the wrong place, which is always good to have. So all of the staff for sure, because this is a joint effort. This is not an effort just by the commissioners. We might have our ideas, but we depend on staff to carry them out and be there to fulfill our dreams or wishes. And with that, I'm going to make a motion to approve this strategic plan for Santa Fe County.
Second.
And I have a second from Commissioner Hamilton. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? So I don't always make motions, but since this is one of my last meetings, I'm taking advantage.
Thank you very much, and happy holidays to all of you.
Yes, happy holidays. Thank you. Next, We'll go on to item 6C, a resolution requesting a budget increase to capital outlay GRT fund in the amount of $275,000 for the Cerrillos Park project. Welcome, Yvonne.
Madam Chair, would you like a resolution number for the previous resolution?
Oh, sure.
Resolution 6B 2023 133.
Okay.
We're here to ask for a budget increase of $275,000 to make improvements to the property where the existing volunteer firefighter station is at. Currently, the Cerrillos Senior Center and Turquoise Trail Volunteer Fire Station is being built on a different property. We plan to use the funding to make improvements to the existing property, which includes some kind of pavilion, picnic tables, barbecue grills to go alongside the pocket park right there. In addition, the funding will look to correct any of the drainage issues that the property is currently experiencing. The funding will come from the Capital Outlay GRT Fund, and we are looking to, this budget increase will use 1.2% of the $22.2 million of undesignated fund balance that the fund had as of June 30th. And with that, Deputy County Manager Cordova and myself stand for any questions.
Yeah. It's not so much a question.
Pardon, Commissioner Hamilton, my mic was not.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, I'm sorry, Commissioner Hanson, just to make sure others weren't the only ones who confused us. I just wanted to say that I was impressed that this was a fairly creative way to solve a problem of having the old building, wanting to raise it, to be economical in the way we spent money, but make it something that was useful to the community as well as serve the county's needs. I was very impressed with that, so thank you.
Commissioner Bustamante.
Yes, Madam Chair, and I have to thank our county manager, our staff, immensely. What transpired there was a lot of question on what was going to happen with that building, and the county stepped up and acquired, and I'm sorry that it's not in I think it's important enough to have included in the memorandum that there was a facilitator to work with the community. The community had contacted me a number of times, and we sat sometimes outside in the rain because they don't really have a place to have meetings. Yes, they'll have a community center, but their big interest was to have something that is close to what they call their plaza of sorts. And if you're familiar with the community of Cerrillos, there is a public building, but it's owned by the Forest Service, or it's the state, actually, I believe it's the state forest folks, and it's not accessible to community. And there was a lot of banter and discussion and not any real sense of how the community wanted to move forward with that. But with the county's leadership in taking a facilitator and having the people come to a plan on how that would best be used, that is what has now come to this. So I'm grateful that we're not just, all right, let's just put up a pavilion, but instead it is community informed. It is what people have asked for. Yeah, there are some other things that other people wanted and really wouldn't have made financial sense, especially given that there will be the place right next door. So all of that really took into account what could really be done there. And if you haven't, so I have to just put in a plug for the donkey races, because every jackass should be there. And it's amazing. It's amazing is an overstatement, but what is so special is there hasn't been a convening location. And now there will be this place where people can be under a pavilion and have their little snacks, and then we can watch the donkeys run through town. And there is nothing like it. That's not true. It happens all the time. I've seen it just today, in fact. But that being said, it really will be a gem for the community and for those of us who will find some time to go spend some time in Cerrillos, because otherwise there's a bar and a place to eat a sandwich. And now this will be a community space. So thank you all sincerely for the good work that you've done.
Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations to our planning, finance, and all of the different staff and public works to find an adaptive reuse of this that adds a community benefit. There are lots of times when these things get torn down and it just becomes a vacant lot. And there are a lot of times where we might just sell something off to private industry. And the fact that this still had value that could be adapted to the community use in a small town where the county doesn't have such a huge presence but needs to have more of a presence. And so this is a great solution here, and I really appreciate the work that went into this. So thank you.
I also think this is a great reuse of project, you know, and that Cerrillos is one of our historic communities, and I think that they're very active as a community, and I think this is a great use. So thank you to Public Works and to County Manager Schaefer for coming up with a solution for this.
With that, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to accept this resolution requesting a budget increase to the Capital Outlay GRT Fund 313 in the amount of $275,000 for the Cerrillos Park project. Thank you.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Bustamante and a second from Commissioner Hughes and Hamilton. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Yvonne. Thank you, Leandro.
Madam Chair, your resolution number is 2023-134 for that resolution.
Thank you. Next, we'll go on to item D, approval to utilize the cooperative educational service contract with Architectural Research Consultants. Welcome, Brian.
Madam Chair, I just want to congratulate us for all of our resolutions are completed for the year. So thank you.
Don't count your chickens before.
Okay.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, the item before you this afternoon, item 6D, is a facility assessment and utility master plan. These items were funded as part of the fiscal year 24 operating budget. The last facility assessment was completed in 2015, and the last utilities master plan was completed in 2019. And it's staff's recommendation that we, at a minimum, complete updates to those plans on a 5-year cycle. So we're overdue on one and right on schedule on the other. We're procuring these plans to be completed jointly so that we have some synergy amongst not only facilities but also the utilities, so that they ultimately end up in our database that we can look at things jointly. And we're driving towards collecting more data on the way we do business around public works, and this goes hand in hand with that. So I just wanted to highlight a couple key takeaways. I'm not going to read the memo to you or the packet, but just highlight some key takeaways from the facility assessment and the utilities master plan. Facility assessment, we're going to assess 113 facilities, which includes parks, trails, senior centers, community centers, fire stations, and other facilities, other county facilities. It's a little bit over 800,000 square feet of facilities. The facilities will be assessed for building and operating system condition, accessibility, security, safety, and functionality. Those are some of the key takeaways. There's also a sustainability component to this as well. In addition, a facility condition index will be calculated, and what that is the looking at the total repair cost of an item versus the replacement cost. So if it's a building, how much it costs to repair versus how much it would cost to replace it in its entirety. So either the building or a system within the building will be looked at. In addition, a cost replacement value will be developed so that the facilities can be compared. So it's a equal playing field between facilities and looking at what is the benefit of those facilities. And then one of the end results of the facilities assessment will be a prioritized plan for maintenance and capital needs. So that will feed into our budget process, our capital infrastructure process, looking at also our hold harmless funding for maintenance projects through our mid-year budget process as well as the fiscal year processes. On the utilities master plan side, we'll be looking at the existing water infrastructure and it'll be assessed for condition, performance, and future growth. And then we'll also be focusing on prioritizing infrastructure needs in alignment with the county's SLDC. So as we grow, where are we growing, how are we growing? The last master plan that was completed in 2019 just focused on SLDA. And we're going to be expanding that, building on that, and expanding it to other growth areas and looking at it in a larger scale. And I think it's important to note that the Utility Master Plan's goal is to create a vision and provide guidance for our system as it grows. We are contiguous with the city, but we have a lot of areas, El Dorado, Canyon Cita, the most recent, that where we had to expand outside that city area. How do we grow in these areas? And that will be taken into consideration as part of this plan. And I think it's also important to note that this plan is focused on water. We're not looking away from wastewater. In fact, we have a wastewater effluent management plan underway as we speak. And as a result of that, we'll have key prioritized projects that will come out of that on the wastewater side and will ultimately feed into the water projects as part of this utility master plan and be scored, ranked, and prioritized as a combined water and wastewater system. But we had some wastewater infrastructure needs that needed to be done in advance of us initiating this process, so that's why we took a different approach. And lastly, this was being procured through the procurement office with Bill Taylor's assistance, so I appreciate his assistance with this, using the Cooperative Education Services Agreement. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
Questions from the board? Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you, Brian. So we have a presentation today from the Water Policy Committee, and we're preparing to move this to a consultant, a contractor, to look at this work. And I think that there's, I don't even say just think, it's evident that we have to really be more comprehensive in our look at our view of wastewater, potable water. We've tended to hold things in sort of their disparate categories and work along those lines, and I'm hoping, and that's probably not the wrong thing to say from the dais, it would be my expectation that the Water Policy Committee has input and is able to make recommendation to an entity that is looking at any of our water needs, and that wastewater and potable and every water period is considered most comprehensively. And I say that with full understanding that there have been, that there's always, it's been the way that it's done in that wastewater and drinking water, right? We have joint agreements with the city on water to drink, but we don't discuss wastewater. And to really get ahead of this issue and to really refine our capability of addressing it in a comprehensive manner, it's time to marry the two and understand that political boundaries do not define environmental impact and environmental boundaries, bless you. So it's my hope, it's not my hope, it's an expectation that that this entity, that the utilization of the Cooperative Educational Services contract with these consultants would benefit from input from what should be, and I'm looking forward to hearing the presentation and understand that there are very experienced and insightful individuals, but should benefit from the experience and input from people on that committee. There are people who dedicate time and effort and have a background and experience and oftentimes academic or professional training that should have input. So it would be my expectation that we would benefit from that as well.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Bustamante, I agree with you. I met yesterday afternoon with Carl Dickens and Shan Stringer, had a good conversation with them, about an hour and a half yesterday afternoon, and I think we're I left the conversation with a similar impression, looking at water, wastewater, solid waste, water, wastewater, stormwater, as kind of a one water approach. It doesn't know boundaries, and it directly ties into some of the items I talked about today with the SLDC. We can only promote, but the code needs to be supportive of those types of things. And I don't want to speak for Carl or Shan, but the impression I was left with was that yes, they're supportive of that as well. I see them to play a role in that along with this. I don't want to at all steal any thunder, but I'll put a plug in. I expect Carl to bring it up today when he does his presentation. I learned yesterday, maybe I should have been more aware of this, but it was just brought to my attention that there's 12 members on the WPAC. Right now we have 5. And they're 5 dedicated, hardworking individuals. We discussed who they were, what their backgrounds are. Fortunately, maybe coincidentally, I got an email from a woman that's moving to this area that's interested in joining this morning. Hopefully we can start filling those positions, be strategic on how we do that, because I believe definitely the individuals that have served as well as are currently serving are, very knowledgeable in their fields, have great expertise, and are passionate about what they're doing. But we also need to, set them up for success as we try to similar to what I try to do, set my staff up for success. So we're on the same page. I think we have similar expectations. It's a long way of saying that, but looking at it holistically and how water moves throughout our systems.
Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Brian. In our standing quarterly meeting last week, we discussed this a little bit, and I think this is a great document and a great way for us to organize our thoughts, as it may be, and our strategies about prioritizing different assets that we have. I'm all for this, and I look forward to the work product. I hope it is more of a living document than a static 5-year, every 5-year sort of thing. And so I hope that there is this real mechanism to have someone on your team always updating us with how this is evolving and keeping the Board of County Commissioners up to date with the needs looking forward, because it doesn't happen in 5-year chunks. It happens probably every meeting, but maybe it's every quarter or so. So I look forward to seeing this product.
And Madam Chair and Commissioner Green, just to that point, we intend this to be a living document, living product. One of the results is the capital and the maintenance needs. That's my approach is build a plan, work the plan. And so though a lot of things change over 5 years, so the purpose of re-looking at it every 5 years is to look at what's been accomplished from a maintenance standpoint, from a capital standpoint, do a reset. Have we acquired any additional infrastructure? Let's plug it in. And it's just more of an update and making sure that we're capturing those things. In addition, making sure that we update costs of doing business as costs increase, make sure that we're accounting for those types of things. And we have a true assessment. This is a tool for us. To build off of and deliver the services that we're looking to do, and present that back to you guys.
Good luck.
Commissioner, Brian, I don't see the Agua Fria Community Center on here, on this list. Is there some reason it's not on the list?
Madam Chair, on the list
maybe it's listed under Nancy Rodriguez.
Nancy Rodriguez would definitely be one, as well as the fire station. And
okay,
the
it's
number
on here.
across the
I
street.
see it. I was looking under Agua Fria, and I didn't see Nancy Rodriguez, so no problem. I just wanted to make sure my village was taken care of.
And Madam Chair and Commissioners, all county-owned facilities will be assessed.
Okay.
As part of this, and that's why it's parks, trails, fire stations, community centers, county buildings, those types of things.
Good. Okay, great. What's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, I'd like to move to approve with the inclusion that there is an expectation that in the development of high-level implementation roadmap and identifications for identification of recommendations, that the Water Advisory Committee is consulted and part of that as well. I think it'll help serve us in getting things aligned.
Commissioner Bustamante, I believe that the way that it's stated in the SLDC and the way that they're formatted and is that the WPAC reports to us.
That's right.
And so that means that there has to be a change in the SLDC and the resolution that created this.
I don't think it's
okay. I'm just.
Well, I'm not in conflict with what that says. What I'm asking for, because there are some very specific deliverables that say that they're going to develop this, and if they're going to come with two different sets of recommendations for acceptance, my ask is that they have had a chance to review that, because the water policy folks and this consultant will be doing ideally mutual work. So I don't see it that it's out of line to say that they, of course they report to us, and so is what's going to come from this report. That is what I'm simply asking, is that they are part of that process so that we don't have two separate perspectives of how things need to get done.
So when we approve their new work plan, what you're suggesting is that we put this
I'll be saying it there as well.
Okay, that
But
we put it on their work plan.
I'm asking that this consultant also, we're talking about a paid consultant and their role in what they'll be doing. And when it says that they're going to be identifying entities to work with, that they are cognizant of the fact that we have a policy recommending entity that should be aware at the very minimum, if not consulted on some of the questions, or, here's what we've come up with, what do you think, or we're going to go get information. But they do report to us, and I would like to see them strategize and do their work plans simultaneously, or we're spending too much time listening to different things that are going to come from the same areas, and I don't think that that's an efficient way to do work.
So I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton first.
I think the overarching concept you're aiming toward is good, but I think what the consultant is doing is something very different than what water policy, what WPAC is.
With all due respect, Madam the Commissioner Hamilton, I hear and I understand that you've been on the WPAC, and
you don't even know what I was going to say.
I don't, so I apologize for cutting you off. Please do.
And they both, one would have the consultant. A large part of the job is to gather a great deal of technical information, and then in collaboration with the board and the BCC and utilities, the WPAC supports other types of overarching research that can supplement the decision making that utilities has to do and that the board has to do. So I think they can be quite complementary, but they don't replace each other, and it's probably like. I just want to make sure that this is worded so it doesn't appear that we're asking WPAC to do the same thing the consultant is doing, which is to go out and evaluate every single facility, et cetera, et cetera. And so that was all I was trying to drive at.
That. Thank you. No, I am not. This isn't an ask for the WPAC. This is an ask for the consultant to confer with the WPAC when it's appropriate and can be meaningful.
Okay, but I think that consultation has to be through utilities. I think it can be mediated through utilities.
That's what I'm asking for.
Yeah, okay.
That in the approval of this, that utilities guides the consultant to work with the WPAC. There is no direction to the WPAC in this regard, though I may ask that later. This is simply asking that the WPAC is aware of the work that the consultants are doing and may have input, may not, but that they are part of that process. in some regard, to whatever regard that it makes sense, but to be communicated with.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Bustamante, in hearing the discussion and what I had understood and intended was that we would, I wouldn't say report out to WPAC on, I will call it key points. So as we're developing our schedule up front, we can kind of list key milestones that we would present to WPAC, as well as what I would say prior to the master plan being finalized, when it's in quite a final draft stage, presenting to WPAC to get any feedback prior to finalizing. That's I would expect that.
Thank you.
Commissioner
second.
Green? No, we haven't had a motion.
Yes, you had a motion,
No,
but I
that
just,
was a motion.
Okay,
under discussion, I'm fine.
so,
No, go ahead, I'm fine too.
okay, so I know first if I have a motion, and
You
you're
have to have a
second.
second, yeah, I
Okay.
second.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Bustamante, a second from Commissioner Hamilton, under discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, thank you, Commissioner Bustamante, because that was a very insightful sort of like, we have all these different consulting groups. Some are professional consultants that are on the external side of this, and then we have this water that was a New York accent, water board. And then we also have a transportation board as well. And so all of these groups that are consultants and advisors to us should also be advisors to Brian and his group. And so having that flow of information to vet and revet and to check the math as it is is a great way to make sure that we're being as inclusive of all the stakeholders and the knowledgeable people within our organization. If we're appointing people to a water advisory board, they should have some knowledge, they do, and some input to vet ideas that are coming from utilities. And the same thing for transportation. So it's not just water, but that is usually a hot topic. But there's all these advisory boards that we put together, and whether it's an arts commission and it talks about arts in our building, all of these sort of assets that are in a comprehensive strategic plan should always have a stakeholder management outreach there. And so I don't think it necessarily needs to be an amendment to your motion, but I do appreciate that you wanted to bring that up as a part of this contract. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner Green. As I understand it, it is staff who oversee these committees. So staff works and guides these committees. So it was just up to recently, they were working with Michelle Hunter. Prior to that, the person who was in that position before. So it's not as much that they just advise Public Works, but they actually collaborate, define, and communicate, because staff will be the first who will be notified on what those issues may or may not be. For example, with the PFAS issue at the National Guard, the water person was communicated with regarding those issues, and then worked with the policy committee. So it's that type of network, and it does absolutely strengthen it the way that you've disclosed, because then as staff brings those issues to the board, things will have been vetted and worked out in a more efficient manner. So thank you.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed? Okay. Next, we'll go on to item E, request to publish title and general summary, amending an ordinance 2022-07 as amended by ordinance 2301 and 2308, the short-term rental ordinance to remove the requirement for enforcement of private covenants, to limit the total number of non-owner occupied licenses, a single license registration or owners can hold, to limit the number of non-owner occupied short-term rentals allowed in certain census designated places, to a percentage of a total housing stock, to limit total occupancy of any STR to 10 persons, growth management, Earl Wright. Nice to see you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners, and greetings of the season. So I'll run through the memo real quick, but we had a study session on November 30th, at which point the board gave direction to staff to bring forward some proposed amendments to the short-term rental ordinance. These are to impose limits on non-owner occupied short-term rentals, or STRs, a limit on the total number of non-owner occupied STRs that a single company or owner can possess, consideration of a limit on the total number of non-owner STRs in some communities. We're looking at census designated places as the areas of special regulation. And again, these are preferred over just a random distance from the city. It allows us to aggregate data and rely on regular data produced by the U.S. Census Bureau through their existing demographic programs such as the Decennial Census and the American Community Survey. We are seeing that communities around the city have a higher number of STRs than the more rural communities. The board had requested Exhibit B, and I'm sorry there was a delay in getting that to you. I've left larger copies of that are easier to read. I'm willing to explain that in a little more detail, but let me get through the memo here. If we limit the number of non-owner occupied STRs within these areas, it makes sense to then limit the number of non-owner occupied STRs that a single owner can hold. By doing this, the limits on the percent of housing stock should take longer to reach. That's the intent here. The limits are designed to protect housing stock for the local workforce and over concentration of short-term rental units. The ordinance is currently as drafted as proposing to cap non-owner occupied STRs to 5 or 10% of the total housing stock based on the current data we have. Again, we didn't have a precise number, so we left these for discretion of the board. The ordinance does add a new section 6.1.5 to limit the total number of non-owner STRs that one owner can hold to 5 licenses is currently drafted. The new section 6.1.6 is added to limit the non-owner occupied STRs to 5 or 10% of the housing stock. Again, we'll take direction as to whether those percentages want to move, or if you want to move or delete some of the areas of concern. We also updated the list that you received at the study session with additional communities that you requested over the county. Other one is to impose a limit on the total number of people who can stay in an STR. Current limits are 2 people per bedroom, but there is no total limit. What the ordinance is drafted to do that is 10. As you can see, there are currently 8 owner-occupied STRs and 2 non-owner occupied STRs that exceed that limit. The ordinance does contain a clause to allow those to remain as approved while under the current ownership. Also, the draft is removing the homeowners association or covenants that currently as drafted, that if they're prohibited by the covenants, we can't issue a business registration or a business license. This proposed change deletes that and leaves that enforcement up to the civil matter, which is typically the nature of covenants. We're also requested to look at a cap of total number of STRs countywide. Staff is not recommending this, and again, we didn't receive direction from the whole board, so we haven't drafted it into ordinance at this time. Again, if the board wants to look at that, we would recommend that it be a percentage of housing stock, or a number that we're seeing historically over time from the data provider that we're using. Overall,
Which
how
thing are you- Madam Chair, could you just repeat which thing you did not include, but you recommend be done as a percentage?
Yes, Madam Chair and Commissioner Hamilton. Again, we're not recommending that there be a total cap.
Total cap, thank you.
That's the total cap issue.
Okay, thanks.
If the board does consider that, it probably should be considered as a percentage of total housing stock countywide. That's estimated to be a little over 30,000. Residential structures, that includes mobile homes, countywide. A 5% limit of that 30,000 number would be about 1,500 STRs. A 10% limit would be 3,000. Total listings that we've seen over the last 2 years is about 1,600. At any given time over this 2-year period, we're looking at somewhere between 500 and 600 active STRs at any given time. And this, of course, we're only a year into the regulation. That covers a year before regulation. So staff, if we were to pick a number, we'd throw out 2,000 maybe. But again, I think one of the problems is the seasonal short-term rental market that we're seeing. We can't really enforce a certain number of summertime rentals and a certain number of wintertime rentals. The way it's drafted, it's an annual license. So again, that's a difficult issue. We're still trying to get to understand really the market that's here in Santa Fe. Just because of the nature, we have a lot of second homes anyway in this area. So staff's recommendation is to approve the request to publish title and general summary of this ordinance. This will give us time to actually do more research, provide you more data, and we would look forward to having this at a public hearing on January 9th, 2024, actually. Correction to the memo. We're not going to hold it last year, but
We could try.
don't have the time machine yet. And I do want to explain, if I could, the Exhibit B to you. It's a complicated table, and it's mixing kind of apples and oranges. One of the things, and I need to get my marked up shot. Apologies, Madam Chair. One of the things is the percentage that's in the left-hand column there. That is a little misleading. It was hard to put it in here. But essentially what that is a compliance rate by community. So that's how many people, how many individuals and owners have come and actually received a registration or a license as a percentage of the total number of active STR listings that we've seen over the past 2 years. So it's kind of interesting to see most of these communities are way under compliance, well below 50%. And I would like to give kudos to 2 communities, if I can find them again, but that are actually Rio and Medio and San Ildefonso CDP, which is actually a portion of El Rancho. Rio and Medio's at 100%, but they only have 1 STR. So that was kind of easy to do. And El Rancho is at 200%. And again, this is one of the things of our data. Our vendor hasn't actually been able to track that 1 STR. So we're not seeing that they're actually active, but they actually have come in for a permit in that area. So just to kind of point that out. So the first 2 rows in each community are actually based on on our permits that have actually been issued, registrations and licenses. And the rest of the columns are from our a vendor that does the web crawling to monitor STR activity. So that's essentially the table that you saw at the study session, but it's been expanded with the top 2 rows to show you what are, and give you the breakdown between non-owner occupied short-term rentals and owner occupied. So those are broken out for each community type. There are some notes at the end, and I'm sorry again, it was kind of hard to do this in a spreadsheet, but again, I explained this percentage that you're seeing on the left-hand side is a compliance rate. The communities in the blue text are essentially outside of the city, so these are more rural, if you will, communities in Santa Fe County. And there was a question of, you'll see that, and it's in green text, depending on if it was shown in that community, but we're seeing our vendors showing these as compliant, but they're compliant because they're longer than a 30-day rental. There's only 46 out of these out of about over 1,660 rental units that we've seen. However, we're seeing that some of them are using this to actually avoid being tagged as a short-term rental. But it's interesting, we've seen there's one in San Pedro that actually lists this way, but has come in for a license, and they are registered. So it's kind of interesting, but that's a code enforcement issue for staff to actually verify that, if they actually are doing them as short-term rentals or if they're truly listing them for 30-day rentals only. Also to point out, that was an issue that was brought up, for the census designated places of Chupadero and Tasuki, there are in those 2 CDPs basically master plan approved timeshare condominiums. Those numbers have been removed from that, and that's indicated on the totals for those two communities, and that's why that text is orange in this table. So at this point, I will zip it and stand for questions.
Okay, Commissioner Bustamante.
Madam Chair and Mr. Wright, thank you for such a thorough review of this, an overview of the information. I think there's one thing that sort of strikes me, I'd honestly say a little concerning, that when it's compliant, no longer advertised, and we think of what those individuals or entities who were, letting us know earlier in the year how important their short-term rental was to their income, and that it really was part of how they were able to live where we are, et cetera, et cetera. Was there effort to assist people in getting those, it's nice to hear compliant registration license issued, but that is a much lower number, not even almost, I'm about to say in every case, well, almost in every case, with the exception of La Tierra, mostly everywhere else, they are no longer being advertised, which makes them compliant. Yet this was something that, one, they clearly had the location, the capability of doing it. It may or may not have been something that was, critical to their livelihood, but to see now that because of this enforcement, what was an asset in some way, unless they decided it wasn't worth it, but given the large difference in the numbers who are compliant because they're no longer advertised versus compliant because they've actually been issued a license, just raises concern for me. Do you have any insight to that, and whether or not people who had been contacted just opted to not follow through and do it anymore, or hoping that if they just take it off of the advertising, it'll just all go away and they can start up again later, or just found it too much of a hardship to be able to have their STR? I'm wondering if you have any insight to that.
Chairwoman Hanson, Commissioner Bustamante, that's a fascinating question. I mean, some of these, I think part of it is the seasonal market which again is kind of hard to get our head around of what's actually happening there. But it seems to be pretty consistent. And again, the consultants that we have look at this, they pointed out, and it's again kind of a national trend, that the short-term rental market is maturing and is kind of mature here in Santa Fe. And that again, I think people are discovering that, I mean, for better or worse, it's a great fad. Everybody's doing it. Everybody's jumping on the bandwagon. But I think my personal opinion is that, yeah, some people have found it more trouble than it's worth, perhaps, and actually that it takes some work to run a short-term rental. I mean, you are basically renting a hotel. So I think that's part of it, is the maturity of the market, and I think another facet of it is that we're going to see these roll in and out from the second home market that we have here, of people actually staying here the season they prefer and then showing up, and not being here for the season they prefer. They might be summer people or they might be skiers, and they're actually renting on those off cycles of the year as a short term. Possibility, I'm not sure.
Commissioner Green.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Bustamante, I think to answer your question, there's a variety of ways that my guess is the consultant is scraping the internet and really using the internet platforms, Airbnb, VRBO, probably only those two, and in theory getting 90-something% of these units. But there are other vendors out there, both local that use Craigslist or other non-conforming or less apparent methods to market their properties. Example would be the Santa Fe Opera. You go call the opera and say, I have a home available that is licensed as a short-term rental, because it needs to be licensed as a short-term rental to be able to rent it to an opera person. But that may be all that people use. They say, I don't want to put it on Airbnb anymore. I'm done with that, as to Earl's point. But they still keep the license active and they use it for those certain causes. And so, and to affirm what Earl was mentioning, it's like people float in and out of it, right? Some people are in it year round, some people are in it just for a few months, and the consultant might just be taking a snapshot. I'm not quite sure how they're really collecting their data across that thing. So the fact that they're compliant is great. I think that there is a level of potentially people that want to squat their license, that if we do put a limit on the number of licenses, those will become a commodity with a finite capacity, which is a problem that I think some people in the city have discovered with that. And so I hope that we always manage to keep a capacity for some people to always get into the market. But may I change subject now? If I have did that answer your question, Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I really appreciate the amount of research here, and a number of my constituents up in the north, in the Tesuque area specifically, have asked to have like a little stakeholder session, and we've scheduled one for Friday morning, which is wonderful. It's going to be a big Tesuque day, and I appreciate that. Tesuque is broken into like four different CDPs between, Encantado, one that I've never heard of before, which is the Peak Place CDP, Tesuque CDP, Chupadero, and Rio and Medio, all which could be considered Greater Tesuque. And so we are inviting them all to this meeting with an RSVP so that we can start to discuss if there are specifics that they want to know about the way this ordinance is going to be rolled out, and if they can understand how these things get parsed out. Then the question I have is with these areas that have been pulled out, are they automatically going to be eligible, these timeshare or fractional ownership places, are they automatically going to be eligible, or compliant just by fact? How do these folks become compliant and registered with Santa Fe County if these units have 26 owners 2 weeks at a time?
That's kind of a tricky question, but basically they were approved as timeshares by master plan by the county commission. So in a way, they've already been approved as, for lack of a better term, a non-traditional residence. So that's one thing is that staff is, the way we're looking at this is they actually essentially should be grandfathered in, if that's the right term to use, because they already had prior commission approval for these. I think it's still important, and many of the owners of these, both in the Bishop's Lodge area and in the Pueblo Encantado area, have come in for permits. That was one of the things staff struggled with early on for the requirement for a lot of legal record and proving that, but it was actually, once we determined that master plan approval was there, they were essentially compliant with the land use regulations by doing that. So does that answer your question, or?
Sort of. I just want to be very specific for each of them and a process for their compliance. If a fractional ownership, these timeshare places have 26 owners, each with 2 weeks a year, is each individual owner going to have to go get a license if they want to rent 1 week of their 2 weeks a year? Or is there going to be one master license per address?
Chairwoman Hanson, Commissioner Green, I'm not sure I have an answer for that at this point.
Well, I love to hear this is one of these answers that I hope that we can clear up before we move down this path to make these non-compliant, compliant, or in this gray area here. Because we are pulling them out and we are, quote, grandfathering them, but we should have a mechanism that allows this ownership to be identified, that we collect the right gross receipts taxes, and that they are a compliant and licensed property. And I don't think we have to figure that out today from right here, but that's something that probably needs to be figured out if we're pulling them out and giving them a grandfathered status. But then we need to get them licensed and get their CRS number for gross receipts tax, and we need to get them a lodger's tax number for their lodger's tax portion. If they are rented. If they're not rented and it's just owners using it for their 2-week vacation here, so be it. But there needs to be some way to make them fully compliant.
Well, I think the focus of the department would actually be on the property itself, on the physical structure itself. That's the concern of the regulations. That's the concern about the impact to housing countywide. I mean, these things, so it would be essentially, that's the trick. One of the things they have to do is prove that they actually own it. I'm not sure we've seen an actual timeshare application directly. We've seen it from the individual condominium owners who have provided title, clear title, 365 days a year. So that's something we have to consider, but they should. Because again, the purpose of considering either density rentals or some sort of cap is for the impact on housing, and so these are essentially out of the housing market anyway. They were from the get-go based on board approval. So we'd have to look at that, but I think the department would look at it as it's the actual structure itself. In the case of 26 owners for 2-week timeshares, that would be the structure itself that would need to be licensed. However, that's tricky of doing the enforcement. I mean, if there's problems, noise complaints, those sort of things, those are going to be the issue. And again, with the timeshare rules, that's a whole nother legal quagmire that I'm not qualified to get into.
Sure. If I may, since I think we've quantified this down to 2 properties, maybe there's 3 or 4, that we create a mechanism with a sort of a master agreement that identifies how many units you have and creates a licensing and enforcement mechanism for not for enforcement of the licensing, but really the enforcement of the paying the taxes, gross receipts, and lodger's tax, and getting a license. Maybe it's a master license, or maybe it's, you know, if it's a 26 unit development, it's 26 licenses, but that there's one master condo association or whatever the association that manages the property, because they usually are under an association, takes on that responsibility to make sure that they are compliant on a holistic level. I hope that we think through this in a way that allows us to be as compliant and easy to comply as possible. So,
well, again, that's part of, it's kind of, thinking about it more, it draws parallels to the covenants. I mean, those kind of timeshares, there's an agreement between those parties, and it's really a civil matter between those parties to maintain that property. That's kind of out of.
So, Commissioner Green.
Oh, Madam Chair, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so Commissioner Green, where you seem to be going is that the people who are the owners of the timeshare, if they rent out their section of 2 weeks, is who you want to have pay gross receipts tax.
So it's, each one could be complicated. So to give you an example, some timeshares allow people to put their properties into a pool. So they're not actively leasing their thing and making deals with, so they're just putting it into the pool. They're saying, I'm not going to be here this year, you rent it, and so on. And so understanding the mechanisms of those to say, well, there's 20-something units here, each with a week, you know, it's a pretty complicated aspect to this.
So you're, as Earl was saying, what you're suggesting, or what seems reasonable. First of all, they're already timeshares, and they're already grandfathered in as timeshares.
As timeshares, they're not grandfathered in for short-term rentals because there's ownership but not rentals.
Yep. But if they're putting it into a pool of a condo that owns the timeshare, and that these people are all members of this group, then there seems to me that there would be one license for the condo.
For that one condo, but if there's 30
for
condos.
the whole group, because they're a master group, and those are the people who, if they rented out, would have to pay the gross receipts tax, or, you know, like, it's a complicated issue. I agree.
So I would say that if there is a certain initial fee of $350 or whatever that per unit is, that we could have a secondary fee that if you are a timeshare with 50 units, that there is for each additional unit on a certain property under a singular management company in a pool, that you might have $100 per unit. So if there's 50 units, you would have one at $350 and 49 of them at $100 as an additional licensing fee. So it scales with it, as opposed to $350 for 50 units would seem like way giving people a benefit beyond.
Right. I mean, I have been contacted by some of these people, and they have signed up for STRs, and then others have not. So they're already grandfathered in. It's a little bit more complicated. I think that it's a legal issue. And Jeff, if you would like to comment.
So, Madam Chair and Commissioner Green, this is a good discussion about the timeshare, as they are sort of unique in nature, and certainly as applied to Santa Fe County. So, you know, I think the board could provide some direction as to, you know, should these be registered under a separate category, or licensed under a separate category, or excluded totally from the definition in terms of this ordinance. There is a separate lodger's tax ordinance that applies to STRs. We could work on that ordinance as it applies to tax issues, but I think we would need direction from the board as to potentially whether to create a separate category of registration, maybe a simple registration for these types of timeshares.
If I could, just to add to what Attorney Young said, the rationale for doing that is they're not part of your long-term housing stock already, number one, and number two, to the extent they're part of a community that were built around the timeshare concept, having people come and go, is part of the deal, so to speak. And so you could create a relatively simple registration process, and it wouldn't count against the non-owner occupied cap. So that may be a direction that the board wants to go. That way they are registered, they know they have to pay all of their taxes, and we're keeping track of them. But we would be creating a third category to address them because they are unique and don't fit within the molds that have been developed thus far.
But the people who own the original timeshare, they would not be being charged tax, right?
No, that's an ownership issue. They would only be charged tax if they are in fact renting their share and making their property available. That's correct.
It's only if they release their share to rent to somebody else. It's not one of their.
Madam Chair, I have a suggestion.
Yes, Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, thank you. Listening to the discussion, I'm just thinking, and I think this is what Greg was suggesting, that we just create a third category for timeshares and basically treat them basically the same way as the owner-occupied ones. They just need to get a business license and pay their taxes. We're not trying to limit the number of timeshares because those have already been approved. And so the ordinance isn't really, that we pass eventually, isn't really aimed at limiting timeshares. We might just want to state somewhere in here that they need to get a business license and pay their taxes if they operate a timeshare.
If they operate a STR, if they operate a
If they rent out their timeshare, yes.
yeah, if they rent out their section of the timeshare. Is that clear? Okay. So,
Can I get, whenever you're ready, I have another question.
okay, go ahead, Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, so looking at the memo, the bottom paragraph where you're suggesting the overall limit of housing stock, I just wanted to start there. You say total listings in the past 2 years is approximately 1,600. Is that both owner and non-owner occupied, or is that just one or the other?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, that's, the vendor doesn't separate that. So that's, yeah, we don't have that capability. It's one of the things, it's also of the 237 or so non-compliant that are actually active as of the 22nd of November. We have no idea if those are owner-occupied or non-owner occupied.
Right, but I think
to apply for that.
So I guess the thing that worries me is that if we're regulating non-owner occupied, but we're using the statistics for everything, we're not getting to real numbers. And now on your chart that you redid, I really appreciate that. We do get them. And I noticed that in El Dorado, which is the community I know best, it's 0.6% of registered non-owner occupied short-term rentals, which is probably why it's not a problem in El Dorado, because there's very few of them. But I would say if we're going to limit it in certain communities as well as countywide, we need to at least have an estimate of the non-owner occupied, because we're not regulating the owner occupied. So my suggestion would be, if the owner occupied, just looking at the the total number for the county, if there's 1,600 total, well, that's probably about 800 non-owner occupied, which means the cap just using, your suggestion was 2,000, but that would be twice as much. So I would say the cap should be 1,000 using that logic. And the same with the percentages for each community. Instead of 5 and 10%, I would suggest it needs to be 2% and 5%. Otherwise, in El Dorado, at 5%, you'd be allowing us to have 8 times as many. And if we're going to allow 8 times as many, I would suggest we probably really shouldn't do any kind of limits, because it's, as I was talking about this with my wife, if you set the limit too high, it's just like an advertisement to investors. Hey, come buy here. We're allowing 8 times more houses to be taken over, and at a certain point, this will affect affordable housing. I mean, there is no affordable housing in the El Dorado area anymore. So maybe it doesn't matter here because it's already, too many second homes and other things that have made it unaffordable here. But if we are trying to protect our housing stock a little bit, I think the limits need to be a little bit closer to what's existing, with a little room for growth, but not, twice as much or not, at least not more than twice as much. Thank you. Those are my comments for now.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hughes. I support this removal of the HOA, where it says remove HOA covenant language. But I do feel like we need to help the HOAs in understanding that they need to write regulation or they need to update their bylaws if they want to have a say. So somehow, I completely agree that it is not up to the county to enforce HOA rules. But if they are concerned about their rules, they might need help understanding what they need to write into their bylaws and I don't know if, saying somehow giving them a frequently asked question sheet or something that they can just refer to because most HOAs do not have that language in it. And then as we approve subdivisions as we go forward, I think that it is something we need to educate developers and who are writing the initial bylaws, that come before us. They are not usually community-based HOA bylaws. They're written by the developer. And so that language may need to be in those bylaws. Or, I feel like, yes, we should not be enforcing HOA rules, but we do approve HOA bylaws. And so somewhere in between, we need to help these HOAs understand either it's up to you to regulate it, and this is the language you need to include in your HOA bylaws, or you need to, realize that you're being impacted. Because I feel like with some of the calls that we're getting, and that I'm getting anyhow, is, residents wanting us to enforce their HOA and rules or bylaws, but they don't have anything in their bylaws to enforce anyhow. So, how do we help them, is what I'm looking at. Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you. A couple of things. I was going to question the numbers that Commissioner Hughes questioned, because I want to make sure that if we're talking about limits at all, we're talking about limits on non-owner occupied. I really think 5% is a good number. To pick a number that's I mean, I understand Commissioner Hughes's logic, but I think that intrinsically that's not a very high percentage. And it allows some room for growth. I just think we need to be clear it's for non-owner occupied. And with respect to writing to giving wording for HOA, to HOAs for covenants and whatnot, I don't think that's the county's purview at all. I feel fairly strongly that we shouldn't be, I mean, the county doesn't provide wording support or help for mutual domestics that are run by volunteer boards, for any kind of organization like that. And given, if somebody wants to have an HOA, they need to figure out what in my mind, what they want to regulate and what they don't. In all honesty, the idea, we don't regulate it, and then as soon as the county goes, well, here's the limits, the wording, you should put it in the limits, it's now the county's problem. You told us to do this. To me, I mean, I'd like to get, that's why we have a county attorney, but I feel like it's a slippery slope that, first of all.
I get it, but at the same time, we have these HOAs that have been out there for 30, 40 years that STRs did not exist.
No, I understand that, but they can always look at our regs and anybody else's regulations if they need help. It's their purview to manage their HOA. It's not a county purview. And
we approve the bylaws of HOAs.
Since when?
Always. When developers come forward with their
I have never approved an HOA. I've been here 7 years. The covenants.
Am I wrong? I mean, I'll admit if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I know you're good, but I mean, we look at developments and what they're going to put in them.
They state what they will, but we don't enforce whether they adopted them. Probably, we can ask them to put something on a plat.
But that's not a covenant.
Or a deed restriction, but those are not HOA covenants. Exactly.
I meant HOA covenants, yeah, exactly. And so I just don't see the value of it. Like, they can look at
when I worked for Oshara, I do believe that we had to turn in our HOA covenants to the county.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I believe that to be correct, and that's handled at the administrative level, if I'm not mistaken. But again, it's
and is
not.
that to have a record for everybody's availability or for our approval?
But we're not wordsmithing, in terms of, you should restrict this, you should do that. That's a level of review that does not currently exist, to be clear.
We do approve their HOA administratively.
I believe that to be the case, and unfortunately, Ms. Ellis Green couldn't be here in person, but she may be available remotely to answer that. But we'll send out a lifeline to her. But my understanding, again, is that that's done at the administrative level.
Okay. We all learn something every day.
Okay. So anyhow, I know this is not. I'm not interested in regulating their HOA, but I do want to help these HOAs understand that if they don't want short-term rentals, they have to put it in their HOA rules. That's the only way they can get around it, as far as I know. And it's still a civil issue. It's not a county issue. So, okay.
Are you suggesting that the wording to that effect be in the ordinance?
No.
Okay, thank you.
So if I could, I think I can clarify that we do review covenants proposed for a subdivision administratively, but again, we're looking to make sure there's nothing in them that conflicts with actual approvals. We're not looking at things like short-term rental type restrictions, what have you. So I just would add that from our growth management director.
Thank you.
I do agree with you on the 5%. I think that that's plenty high.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Hamilton, I'm just trying to understand the logic. So
Which,
of 5%, like why 5%? What are the pros and the cons of why 5%?
Madam Chair, I mean, I'd be happy. Any number is a little bit arbitrary. When we got down to talking about during the study session, 10% seemed like a good number until it became clear we were looking at total numbers. I feel like there are places, I mean, in this case, what we're doing is talking about a countywide cap. I frankly feel like a countywide cap is not necessary because we were talking about putting some percentage caps on specific areas, which cover all the higher density areas, and that's where the focus was. And if I'm not mistaken, are those percentages, Earl, actually in there? Because we went through a whole thing at the study session where the
CDPs. CDPs.
CB there. What he said were that we could pick out ones so we could identify areas that truly would benefit from and wanted some sort of cap. And then you could discuss a cap, and maybe it would be the same percentage, maybe it would be higher or lower, in which case, like for a place like El Dorado, it could be a percentage but lower than 5 if that was really important. So I personally don't really, once you do that, you don't need a countywide cap. You have already picked out the areas that need, and if you're going to put a countywide cap, you're mostly going to be impacting the rural areas that don't have caps, that don't really need them. So if you have like 5 and 10% cap, or whatever, 2%, 5% in these areas, and they're the densest populated areas, and it rises to a countywide cap that's too low, you can't. In the places that don't need regulation, they have no opportunities. Now, the other side is that we're not talking about owner-occupied, and so it may not have that much impact, but that was my logic for being higher than what Commissioner Hughes was.
If I may.
Yeah, so wait a second. Penny is online, and she has her hand raised. So I'm going to go to Penny for a moment. Thank you, Penny, for joining us. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had just raised my hand to try to answer the covenant question, but I had also emailed Greg, and he verbalized what I had stated. So unless you have more questions regarding that.
I think we're good. I mean, you sent it to Greg, and Greg told us, so we're good. But thank you very much for
Thank you.
Joining us. Okay. So then I'm going to...
Madam Chair, when you're ready for me.
If I may just respond
I'm going to go to Commissioner Green, and then I will go to Commissioner Hughes.
Just to respond and to support what Commissioner Hamilton is saying, that we're distributing the cap by neighborhoods, right? We're not putting an overall cap. And so rather than have a macro cap, we're having a granular cap, which I think is the way to distribute it in a fair and equal way, as long as we can enforce it at a GIS level and micro level. It seems to be a nice way to distribute that. Of course, there are going to be neighborhoods that are way below the cap right now, and there's some that are going to be close to bumping up against it. But that's what the whole idea of this is to distribute it and to say that, Tesuque, one of my constituent neighborhoods, is at 3-point-something%. So it has some room to grow, but it certainly can't double if we go to a 5% cap. But El Dorado, which is less than 1%, certainly could grow significantly 5 times to get to the 5%. And there's a little risk in that situation, but I think that's a kind of a better way to look at the cap at a very granular level. So thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm not sure that Commissioner Hamilton understood what I was suggesting, because there was the suggestion of a 10% cap, and I thought that was too much for any area. I would be fine with the caps being 5% for those areas that had the higher cap and 2% for the areas with the lower cap. I mean, a 2% cap would allow more than doubling in El Dorado. And so I think it would not hurt anybody's prospects. It would, I mean, the market would probably decide that there didn't need to be that many before they hit the cap. But just in case, you know, it did all of a sudden become popular, we would have a cap that was reasonable. So, and I would still suggest, since there's a lot of, I mean, the community college district isn't covered as far as I can tell in here. And so if we had an overall cap of also 5% for the whole county, you know, that would provide some limited protection to those areas we didn't call out specifically in the ordinance.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Well, okay, so I don't understand. So, Commissioner Hughes, if we do a granular cap, a cap by community, by CBB or whatever, for those areas, a countywide cap becomes irrelevant. So if you say 2.5%, but you only want a 2% cap in El Dorado, so you put a 2% cap in El Dorado, you put a 5% cap in Tesuque. We spent all this time picking, and I think it is still on the table to define those percentages, community by community. But you know, I don't think you should put. It's too hard to enforce and figure out the implications of a countywide cap over all the areas when some have specific caps, and then it's going to sum up across. If you're concerned about communities that don't need regulation, just put a cap under a generic cap for any area that's not otherwise called out. And then it should be higher, because we've said those are areas that don't really need the same level of regulation. Like there's just, you know, I don't even know if there ends up being an example, but there've got to be areas that just, so if put 10 or 7 or, you know, something a little higher. But don't make it countywide, because you're sort of double regulating, and it's just going to confuse everything. So pick El Dorado at whatever percentage seems fair for there. We have all these communities listed out. We were set to put the granular level caps on them. And if there's an area that doesn't need regulation, let's put it over there, but not countywide.
I do agree with Commissioner Hughes on the fact that there is no, Santa Fe Community College District does not have a CPW or whatever the number is. So how are we going to regulate that in that area?
So, Madam Chair and Commissioner Hughes, and I apologize for that, but on the tables I handed out, that's on the last page. And Commissioner Hughes, I'm not sure if you were emailed that today.
Okay, I see it now, yes. So are we suggesting we can regulate the community college district as one of our, like it was a census designated place?
Well, the problem is we have the benefit of using the census designated places, Commissioner Hughes and Madam Chair, was that there'll be data produced on those on a regular basis by an authoritative data source, which is the U.S. Census Bureau. However, the ordinance that we're looking at and what's the language that's in there is to actually determine these housing counts by our 911 addressing data, by our structure point data, and actually do that on an annual basis. So in reality, I mean, the thing is, we're trying not to complicate this, not only for staff, but also for the public. We want to keep this ordinance simple if we can. And I think that's one of the pushbacks that we've seen from the community, is it seems very complicated and burdensome. So I would personally encourage the commission to again, try and keep this simple to where we're not nuancing each community different. I mean, we have extremely diverse communities countywide. And that's one of the problems. One of the things, and the analysis we haven't done yet, but will certainly be ready for the public hearing, is what is the underlying zoning of these? I mean, if we look at that, it's really about overall permissible density in some of these areas that I think are the concern. And yeah, for the community college district, we've got a whopping 5 either registered, well, 2 SDR, 2 owner occupied and 3 short-term rentals, but even the total over time is only a 0.3% of active STRs and only 2% for the community college. But I think there's also covenant restrictions out there, if I'm not mistaken. So,
I mean, there's
and so
so to make it simple would be 5% for each of these designated areas across the board. It would be that would be the simplest. That would be a simple, practical way to do this, right?
yes, that's a recommendation. Certainly no more than 2 scales. And I think that's what we need to know at this point is do we want the 5 and 10? Is it a different percentage? We make it lower, just make it 5% across the board. That's key to get in the ordinance draft. Do we want to take some of those communities out, or do we want to just make it 5% across the board for any communities?
I personally am for 5% across the board, but I do want to bring up one other issue that we have not discussed, and that is Commissioner Green brought up that, you know, one owner could own 5 units. I would like those 5 units, the one to be included if they have a non-owner, if they have an owner occupied, be included in the 5. So that, you know, like let's say I live in a house and I have a casita, and then I bought my neighbor's house, and then I bought another place, the house I live in with the casita and the place next door, and then 3 more places would be included in the 5.
Well, Madam Chair, we do have that scenario right now. There is
I
an
think that's great.
an owner occupied that actually has 5 units on it. It was grandfathered in, it's pre-80, but it's been approved and permitted with a single STR permit. But there are 5 units operating there. There's a handful of other properties that are operating more than 2 units on an owner.
How could they be 1 unit?
It's one.
How could they be
one license, Commissioner, or registrate? Well, actually, in this case, it's a registration.
Right, so they're paying $35 and they have 5 units?
Yes, and they qualified under the provisions of the ordinance. They qualified as an owner occupied because they live there 365 days a year.
Yes.
But they rent,
But they
all
rent
the
their
other
casitas
places.
that are grandfathered in pre-80. That's
Then
That's
that
the
brings me
nature
to
of
the
our-
other point of having everyone pay the same amount for their license. You know, like everyone should pay the $350 or whatever we have, non-owner and owner. If we have somebody who has, they live there 365, but they have 4 other buildings that they're renting out, I mean, that seems completely absurd to me.
Madam Chair.
Sorry.
It's the diverse nature of our community, Madam
Right,
Chair,
I
unfortunately.
agree.
But
I agree.
So, Madam Chair, if I may, if somebody has, to your point here, if somebody has 6 units on their property, I would say that we should have a license per dwelling unit. Right? So if you have a home
Registration.
and a casita, right? Like, regardless, you have a home and a casita, great. If you have a home and 12 casitas, that's however many casitas you want a license for, those should be identifiable with a license number tied to the dwelling unit, not to the property, but however many units you have on the thing. They're not mix and match and fungible in that sense. So that would be supportive of what you're saying. Even if you're the owner occupied and you live on the property, if you have 12 units on your property, 12 $50, $35 licenses would be tying a license to an owner occupied on your property sort of way to handle that as one thing.
They make more than $35 in one.
Oh, no, don't get me wrong, I know, so yes. But the other concept that I want to bring up is in the case of Tasuke, it looks like 3.3% of the homes are currently non-owner occupied homes there. And I don't know what the right magic number is, but also and that corresponds to 33 units. And then it also shows that 17 units are non-compliant right now, which gets us to the 5% right there. We would be full. If all of those 17 units came on board as non-owner occupied, we might even have to have one unit that wouldn't even get a license. So the 5% may be, for some communities, too low, right? And so,
But it might be perfect for the people in the community. They might
except
not
for that
want-
one person, right?
They might not want more than 5% of their community.
But they might. Communities are different, that's the whole point, and each commissioner probably has a feel or is best equipped to get a feel for what's right for the different communities and can certainly reach out about that. But I mean, I understand that this simple principle, just do it across the board. I understand people are asking for clarity and simplicity, but simple doesn't, when it means one size fits all, how many times have we and everybody else gotten complaints that, oh, you're trying to regulate everything the same? And so we've been talking about this for so long, and I've been saying this is a time when knowledge and addressing specific areas have a real benefit. Like, there are areas that are already really active. And, people brought up Madrid as one of the examples that they have been really clear that they have been a place because of the nature of the place and their, visibility and whatnot, that have had a lot of non-owner occupied activity for STRs, and it's getting what they feel is out of hand, and they really want caps. And there are other, and so, but what's right for them might not be right for El Dorado or Glorieta or Agua Fria. And so, I don't think we need to get so granular that you need to go get a degree before you can understand the regulation. But we have these units, the reporting units that offer us an opportunity to be a little more granular than countywide, and I think that's more functional.
Madam Chair, just to clarify a couple of things. One, in helping the commission understand this table, there's 17 non-compliant ones there, but you can't ignore the 7 that are to be determined. Those are active STRs that the vendor hasn't made a match on. So I just want to clarify that for the record. Also,
could you explain that?
The vendor that we're using, which, by the way, actually they browse over 60 websites, crawl them, and they do this, report them basically weekly. That is updated. That information is updated, so it's pretty aggressive data collection that they're doing. But these ones that are marked to be determined in each of these, the vendor, again, is very specific. They have very stringent third-party matching rules to actually identify the property.
Matching a property to the listing?
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
They're
Thank
actually crawling Instagram and other things to get a third-party match to say, yes, this is definitely the property. Because, again, if any of you have used any of these sites, they give you a general neighborhood, but they don't give you an address.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. They go through a very rigorous process of third-party matching, but these ones that are listed as to be determined, they haven't actually definitively matched to a property. We get a lat long on them and are able to map them, but these are active STRs in these areas that they haven't absolutely determined if they're That's why they're not listed as either compliant with registration or license issued, or they're active in being non-permitted. We're assuming they're non-permitted. I mean, there are a handful. Again, we've got, I forget the 100, basically the vendors showing us that there's about 240 permitted structures we know for a fact, and that's why this data is kind of complicated to present to you. We know we've issued over 350 registrations or licenses. So we're using our data to validate the contractor's data. So just to be clear in that. And again, the fact that just because they're, as we talked about, they're no longer advertised, that doesn't necessarily mean they went out of business. That means they're not renting it during the winter or weren't renting it during the summer, potentially. How we quantify that, that's, we don't have the crystal ball, but that's what we're trying to get and sift through this information and get to you so the board has the opportunity to look at these and make the policies and decisions that you need to.
So can we get another clarifying comment for input from you on?
Try.
No, only, yeah, you'll try. We appreciate that. So I've been advocating for some of this more specific limits that we discussed about in, that's good English, that we discussed in the study session. We're discussing here whether to publish title and general summary. But those, there are no limits in the ordinance as it is now, right? We have.
No, in the draft you have now, there are, sorry, let me pull that up.
And are they by CBD, CDP?
Yes, they're broken out into a 5% cap and a 10% cap in different CDPs, and that's like.
Are they listed in this Exhibit B?
No, they are listed in the ordinance draft.
I'm sorry.
It's Exhibit A.
I apologize for missing.
So that's Exhibit A in your packet?
Yeah, okay.
But for instance, I'll just read them off here for the 5%. What's currently in the ordinance is Agua Fria, Arroyo Hondo, Cuyamungue, El Rancho, El Valle del Arroyo Seco, El Dorado, Santa Fe, Encantado, Glorieta, Jacona, Jaconita, La Cienega, La Cueva, Nambe, Poaque, Rio en Medio, San Ildefonso, Tres Arroyos, and Valencia. These are all CDP-based geographies. The ones that are limited to 10% right now are Cañada de los Alamos, Cañoncito, Chimayo, Chupadero, Conejo, Galisteo, Hyde Park, La Tierra, Lamy, Las Campanas, Los Cerrillos, Madrid, Santa Fe Foothills, Seton Village, and Sunlit Hills, Tano Road, and Tasuki CDPs. Right now, as drafted in the ordinance, those are 10%.
Okay.
So that's kind of the direction we need. Is 10% too high? Do we need a lower number? Do we need it across the board? And do you want to move, if you want to keep two categories, do you want to move communities between these or drop them all together that they don't need to be regulated this way?
So,
Madam Chair, can I?
yes,
Okay.
go ahead.
So what I just asked when you and then you walked in was the way they're listed, the limits per CDP are
Right.
now in the ordinance. And so my question is, for example, Cañada de los Alamos, that's pretty close to the city. You have it listed under 10%, and I presume it's because so why did you pick that as 10%? Because it's 7.5% already over the last 2 years in the data? Because then my question is that 7.5%, to Commissioner Hughes's point, is that 7.5% all STRs, including owner-occupied? Because I can't really tell if I think, it's in my district, whether I think 10% for Cañada de los Alamos may be fine, but I guess it depends on what the current data say. So you see where I'm looking at the 7.5%?
Yes, absolutely. That's the percentage of total STR listings over the past 2 years. And those are different properties. That's not, I came in and off, I relisted. That's per property. So again, kind of the
7.5%.
timeshare issue, it's per structure is what we're looking at, per unit, if you will.
So 7.5% it's 7.5% of total housing is used as STRs, but that includes owner occupied.
Absolutely. So the breakout up above, and as you'll see in Kenyatta, of the folks who have gotten permitted, 7 out of 8 are owner occupied in that community.
In Kenyatta del Sol.
In that community.
So based on that, the current non-owner occupied is not 7.5%. It's closer to 1.5 or 2%.
It's, well, based on the one that's there, it's 0.03% of the housing stock. That's the first line on the table.
Yeah, but 0.03 and 2 doesn't add up to 7.5. So I'm trying to proportion up.
But yeah, so that, and again, that's what I tried to explain about this table. This is complex because I'm presenting apples and oranges to you.
I know,
so the
and I'm
real,
trying to figure out between.
Yeah, and
you have to figure out which is the apple and which is the orange.
I can quarter them, but one's still an apple, one's still an orange.
Well,
and I think, but that's also to the point, and part of the conundrum here is what is the density? You know, the underlying zoning, I think, is critical if the commission is going to consider caps, and we just,
why?
Unfortunately, well, for instance, we have areas of the county that's 160 acre minimum.
And so
or 40
you
acres.
can put higher caps on those. Because it doesn't disturb the neighbors, and who cares?
Exactly.
Okay, well, that's what I was driving at with why.
Yeah.
I didn't mean
So our
that.
traditional communities that allow down to 3/4 or quarter acre zoning with community water and sewer, that's where density becomes a problem. I think in our traditional communities that are allowed that kind of density because they've been there historically.
Right,
And they take care of their water and groundwater resources.
And those are the communities that don't want STRs every other house.
Right, and so what I would strongly recommend is what the board, I think, needs to focus on is looking at these communities and are they distributed well under 5 and 10%? Not to mention the fact that are there any that really shouldn't even be that one of those two numbers? But if we just go from here, that's what I suggest we need to do, because like Kenyatta de los Alamos is a little bit more spread out, but Lamy isn't. Lamy's a little town, and
Right, but again, you look at the percentages, and that's one of the things too. These communities with not that much housing, they get 5 STRs, and all of a sudden they're up to 20%. Seton Village, for example, they had 5 STRs in Seton Village. They're over 30-40% of the housing stock that's there.
but aren't those almost all owner occupied? And we're not regulating owner occupied. It's really hard to, these numbers would be easy to do community by community, the way you have it here, and make adjustments if we knew what the numbers now were for non-owner occupied and the total, and what the percentage of housing that was. I mean, we have the housing numbers, so we can calculate.
Actually, for Seton Village, the 2 permits that we've issued are non-owner occupied.
The 2 that you've issued.
The 2 that we've issued, there's been no owner-occupied permits there. And again, I think it's critical for the commission to realize 40% of the active STRs out there are not permitted. They don't care that they're being regulated, and they haven't come in for a permit.
And part of the reason is we kind of gave them a break by creating a moratorium. And once the moratorium goes away, we hope that enforcement is going to take place, because that is something that we are really going to need to do, is enforcement on this. But at the same time, I feel very Las Campanas has outlawed STRs, so why would we give them 10%? Their HOA says no STRs. They have that in their covenants. They're one of the few HOAs that actually, the master HOA has told me directly at a meeting, they do not allow STRs. And they have STRs, they don't know that, but, you know, so why would we allow them 10% if their covenants say no STRs?
Well, yeah, that's the tricky. We're talking about the subdivision and the homeowners association, which may not necessarily correspond to the CDP, to the census designated place.
Okay.
So but again, yeah, just looking at Las Campanas, there's been one registration issued and one license. And overall, there's been 45 listings in the past 2 years in that CDP. The map is there, and most of them are not in Las Campanas proper. They're closer. They're more in.
La Tierra Nueva and La Tierra.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I mean, as Commissioner Hamilton pointed out, we all do know our districts pretty well and know which communities are interested in compliant or paying attention to this issue.
Madam Chair,
She'll be with you in a minute.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hughes.
I mean, this may be too simplistic, but, you know, parsing out all these communities, it seems like we don't really have good enough data, and I'm sure we're going to upset people. And I know this won't be a popular suggestion, but why don't we not just do an overall 5% for the whole county? And then everybody's protected the same way. It'd be very loose. It would allow for double the number of non-owner occupied we have now. So I might even suggest 1,000 instead of 5%, which is 1,500. But I'm just wondering if it's too much trouble I don't mind doing community by community, but I am a little concerned that the community college district is not a census designated place. And, you know, we're going to all the trouble. We're going to hear of development later on today. We're improving all sorts of new housing in that area. And I'm sure we don't have in mind that that's going to go even 5% of that to investors who are going to rent out short-term rentals. So I don't know. That's just my thought, is that maybe the easiest thing to do is just a 5% overall.
5% overall limit on non-owner occupied.
Correct. 5% on non-owner occupied, which according to their chart, I think would be a limit right now of 1,500, but it would go up as the population of the county increases.
I have no problem with that. I think that would cover most everybody, because in general, a half of the portion, or 0.5%, or half of the people who have these SDRs are owner occupied.
That's correct, Madam Chair. What we're seeing now is, as of November 22nd, it was 171 owner-occupied registrations and 183 non-owner occupied licenses. But again, the moratorium's in place. That certainly has some sort of effect.
That is true.
And the draft ordinance, that's another component of the ordinance, is limiting the number of STRs a single owner can have to 5. That's in the current draft of the ordinance. So that also acts essentially as a cap for purely speculative,
Yeah, and that's
buy
a
all
good
the
thing.
vacant houses and rent them all out as STRs.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Hamilton.
I can't, I mean, I like the KISS principle, but I can't really support doing an overall countywide cap. I feel like we could ask to very simply get the estimate of by CDP. I don't know why I want to put the P in the middle. What the current, not total STRs, non-owner occupied STRs are by units, so that we can go through these two sections, so we could go through this and put the specific limits on it with the data. I mean, everybody's gonna have to live with this for a long time, and to just say, look, this is getting, I mean, it's kind of like the zombie ordinance. Like, even when we shoot the brain out, we have to, the brain doesn't die, and you have to stab the brain separately. And we just,
So, I'm going to just see. Commissioner Hughes agrees with 5% overall. Commissioner Hughes, yes or no, 5% overall?
Yeah, that was my suggestion, is just to keep it simple at 5% for the whole county.
Right, I got that. Commissioner Green?
I think at this point I would love to hear more information about it, but I'd be happy to start there and look at, I like the granularity, but we can choose either direction or the other direction, but not both necessarily. So,
Commissioner Bustamante?
Madam Chair, I really hear the logic of being able, now we're just moving forward to publish title and summary, and I do believe, or I guess it's a question, do we have between now and title and summary to get the specific data that would allow us to not just have a general 5%, which has been understood to be relatively arbitrary. I mean, any number would be arbitrary, but if we actually had that data, and we're in the process of simply,
I think the data we have is about the best
I don't
data
believe
we're
that's-
gonna
no,
get.
it could be split
They're
out
not
by
for-
owner occupied.
that's
Um,
the difference.
Commissioner, Madam Chair and Commissioners, and Earl, correct me if I'm wrong, we won't be able to give you data on those properties that have been historically listed or are currently listed as non-compliant. We don't have that information, and we're not going to be able to obtain it. The only hard data we have, owner-occupied versus non-owner occupied, are those property owners that are in compliance with the ordinance. And so for that unknown number, the historic figure, but also those that are listed on the chart as being non-compliant, we don't have a mechanism to get that data. Earl, did
yeah,
I
we
get that
do.
wrong? I mean, we can make estimates, but I just
Exactly.
want you to say, but to say that it's certainty, that we can't do.
Even the data the hard data you have isn't certain, and as a result, and we're talking in the numbers we're talking about, I don't think it matters that much. The trouble is we have it the way it's listed here is hugely informative for the detailed discussions we did at the study session, but I feel like even if it's down to we have a default percentage we could go to, it's not exactly 50%, but it's close, from countywide. So we could take the numbers from each CDP and say, we have some information that suggests that out of the 10 current, the 10 total STRs that are there, 3 of them are non-owner occupied. And if areas we have no data, we could say it's 50%, but we could put that in and convert it to the percentage based on the housing, which we have good numbers on, and just make a little table. Doesn't replace this, it doesn't need all this data, it's just a little table we could work from, right? No, this is supplementary, I'm not supplanting it, I'm serious. I just feel like it's not that hard to do, and it would acknowledge that it was just an estimate. That's just my thought.
The one thing I'd caution, and that's why thank you, Lucida, for handing these out. This was an exhibit at your study session.
Yeah.
But I think it's imperative for the commission to understand that these STRs are clustering next to the city. And a 5% cap countywide, and especially with new development coming in and the speculative market, all 5% might be within 5 miles of the city.
Yeah, that's.
And then
I
there
made that
won't
point
be
earlier.
there won't be any licenses available for the more rural parts of the county, for the Santa Cruz Valley, for the Pewaukee Valley, for the Estancia Basin, for Glorieta, and the Mesa.
So what I was suggesting was not exactly 5% for all the county, but 5% for all of these.
Oh, within each of these areas.
Yeah.
And again, the commission also isn't limited to CDPs. That's what you asked to see, San Marcos and the Community College District. We brought those in because those are community planning areas. We do have the ability, the advantage of the CDPs is they are census designated places that certainly every decennial census, you're going to get an absolute hard population, housing and population count and vacancy numbers. That's the one thing that staff would struggle with. We can give you all the housing counts in the world, but we can't give you these vacancy rates that are basically determined by statistical models, even in the Census Bureau's American Community Survey. That's the trick.
Yes, Commissioner Green.
Thank you. So one of the questions I have is like, we have this big macro subject of STRs that we're going through right now. And then the next two items in our agenda are overlay districts, right? And we get granular with these overlay districts, whether it's going to be the traditional village of Agua Fria, or it's going to be Tesuque or San Marcos or the community college district. We can get granular if we want to, better than we are right now. And we could open this up to overlay districts to start to get the input of each of these communities so that they can say, well, 5% is way too low or 5% is way too high. And you also have the issue when you're dealing with folks that, you know, everybody's going to say, I want none of them in my neighborhood because guess what? It's owned by people who don't live here. So that you're sort of, it's the folks that don't live here that you're dealing with here. So I think that we sort of need to sort of push this over the finish line and readdress it more granularly and give an option potentially for each overlay district to look at these things, and so that each census designated area can have a mechanism to we've done this twice or 3 or 4 times already. This is the 4th ordinance that we're doing for STRs to get us to a first good draft. Why don't we plan on doing this again a year from now when we, and get more granular? Well, we can do it a year and 2 months from now, and it'll be a new commission. And
that wasn't what I was saying. Can I make an alternate suggestion?
Please.
Which is everybody's going to also say, oh my God, oh my God. If we could have one more session to literally go through these areas, because some of them. You're saying
we're coming up against a time constraint?
That can be handled. I mean, honestly, do I see this table pulling out the, swords to run me through here? What I'm suggesting is that to say, well, let's just do an overall and then fix it later, bothers me. It rubs me the wrong way. When we could take one more month and go through.
How about one more week, or 10 days, or something like that?
Well, no. It's the holidays. You're not going to. We need to get a meeting to go through these. Maybe it could come up at January 9th, and instead of So that is one more month. It's the next meeting.
So Manager Schaefer, I'm going to go to Manager Schaefer.
No, I could. Thank you. If you're working backwards and we don't want to extend the moratorium, the date you're looking for final passage of the ordinance, I believe, is January 26th. So you have to publish, title and general summary, 2 weeks before that. So if you're thinking about doing it an additional session, I think Jeff and I looked at it earlier, then it's doable, but you would have to have 2 special meetings. One to decide what you're going to publish title and general summary of, and then another special meeting in order to have the public hearing on the ordinance. Again, in order to wrap things up by January 26th.
Okay, well,
We
then
were
I-
trying
my
to move
alternate
this forward
suggestion- I'm sorry.
on this time frame just to get it done in accordance with our regular meeting schedule. That's the board's discretion, but I would just put that timing out, is that it would have to be done via special meetings.
Well, then my alternate suggestion is that we publish title and general summary of the ordinance the way it is, with these 2 sets of CDPs with different caps, and then fix it from there, in whatever time frame everybody
Madam
wants
Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, that's exactly where I was hoping that's the question I was trying to pose, that if we could do that, to consider that avenue. So we're publishing title and summary, we put in these 2 considerations, we define it at that time so we don't have to extend anything, but we have the additional information to make a sounder call.
So the way it is.
Make a motion.
I move to approve, to publish title and general summary for the ordinance the way it's written with these sections and no addition of a countywide cap.
And Madam Chair, if can I interject something here as well on the motion that that we did add the timeshare piece of that, so to add the additional regulation of timeshares rented out as STRs, that be added to the title, and the general summary will be regulation of timeshares.
Yeah, we can add that to my motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Under discussion?
Oh, Madam Chair,
Yes.
I agree with moving this forward. I just want to suggest that I still think the percentages, particularly the 10%, is too high, given that it was based on the total number of STRs and not just the non-owner occupied. But if we want to just go ahead and kick this down the road for the public hearing, that's fine with me.
Commissioner Hughes, I agree with you. But, so, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Do I have any opposition? Okay, it has been published. It is still not done. It is only published in title and general summary. So thank you very much. Thank you, Earl. Thank you, Penny. Thank you, Lasaida. Thank you, Nate. Thank you, the entire growth management staff. Thank you, Jeff and Greg, because I know this is a tremendous amount of work, and I am grateful. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, we'll keep cranking out the data. I don't want to overwhelm you, but the more information you have in your hands, the better off you are.
Exactly.
So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have a wonderful holiday, and we'll see you next year.
See you next year.
Thank you, Earl.
Okay, thank
You
you,
too.
Earl. Okay, so that was challenging. Let's go on to item F, which is request or authorization to publish title and general summary and ordinance amending the Sustainable Land Development Code. Ordinance number 2016-9 is amended to amend section 9.14 San Marcos Community District Overlay. Welcome, Nate. I'm not going to read the whole thing.
Fair enough. All right, good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm here to request to publish title and general summary to amend section 9.14, the San Marcos Community District Overlay. And so this is the central outcome of our community planning process, and it's the primary way to implement the 2019 San Marcos Community Plan. And so this year alone, we've had 7 different planning committee meetings, as well as 2 community meetings. That's in the context of having 31 meetings stretching back to, I believe, late 2018. And so this community district overlay implements the 2019 plan But the one caveat is that commercial cannabis regulations were not considered under the 2019 plan. So staff worked with a consultant to survey all property owners in the San Marcos Community District about the commercial cannabis regulations. And based on that survey, staff and the planning committee developed the appropriate regulations for commercial cannabis. Additionally, in early October, we had 2 community meetings to inform the wider San Marcos community and garner additional public input. And so there's 9 aspects of the amendment to section 9.14. And so that involves revisions of the purpose sections, minor technical and grammatical revisions, removal of certain sustainable design standards, including NM14 setbacks, the addition of a new sustainable design standard to prohibit swimming pools. Next, to amend dimensional standards for the 3 residential zoning districts, and including the removal of lot coverage standards and reverting property line setbacks to the countywide setbacks. Additionally, revisions of the architectural design standards in the commercial neighborhood zoning district. Next, revisions of the home occupations tables. Next, addition of a new section to amend the commercial cannabis use regulations, including the prohibition of cannabis grows indoors and outdoors in the rural residential zoning district. And then the final one is add and amend select use regulations in the use table and base zoning districts, including foreigner uses to the use table, amending use regulations for water treatment and purification facility in all base zoning districts, adding use regulations for 5 different uses listed in the memo, as well as adding new use regulations for movie ranch in 2 zoning districts, and amending the use table zoning classification for 31 different uses. And you can see all that in the exhibits, both the clean copy, red line, the existing, as well as I've included the 2019 plan and the 2023 commercial cannabis survey. And I stand for any specific questions about anything.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Hamilton.
You said that the revision prohibits cannabis growth in the rural residential. Is that commercial growth?
Yeah, commercial growth. So anything.
So it doesn't prohibit for individuals with state law lets them.
Yeah, I believe it's up to approximately 12 plants or something. So this just is commercial. If it's for personal use, our regulations do not cover personal use.
How many people supported when the consultant surveyed everybody?
26% of the people.
Yeah, it was approximately in
So it's
terms
a
of
sample. How many were in favor of this and how many were against it?
Yeah, so for residential grows, or for commercial grows in a residential area, it was approximately 3/4 against and then 1/4 for cannabis grows.
But it was only 26% of the population.
Right.
Responded to.
Was it a random selection?
The
sample of 26%, was it a randomly selected 26%?
We mailed all property owners in the community district, and then got approximately 20% responding from that.
So you can't project you can't project to the whole population. I'm just wondering about when something's very restrictive. Theoretically, everybody gets together and they get what they want. It's kind of like a homeowner's. There's an alternative of making it a conditional use, which means it would be decided on a case-by-case basis, and that would be my suggestion, because it's highly prohibitive.
It's already on a conditional use basis.
No. Is it?
The use of growers for cannabis? Isn't that a
commercial in that area?
Isn't it commercial? Isn't it conditional use throughout the county?
Yes, we approved a conditional use earlier today with the final report.
What?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, to answer that question, currently in the San Marcos Community District and the Rural Residential Zoning District, it's a conditional use permit for outdoor grows, and then indoor grows, it's already prohibited.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted mainly to know if it was personal use prohibition.
I mean, one of the issues that came up with.
Commissioner Green.
Thank you. Pardon me. Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the issues that came up was, one, water use, right? So if you're hauling water, that doesn't seem like an appropriate place to be growing. Second, even if you, quote, have an outdoor grow facility, you're surrounding it with 10 or 15 or 18-foot fences around it, which essentially make it look from your neighbor like an indoor facility, even though it has an open roof and is using solar things. So I think that there's a level of, if greenhouses are not allowed in this area, then greenhouses are not allowed for cannabis, right? So in this area, my understanding is cannabis or greenhouses are not allowed, even if it's a conditional use permit. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green. So commercial greenhouses, they're permitted in 2 of the districts. Well, our proposal is that they're permitted in 2 districts and conditional in 2 others. But currently, they are prohibited in 2 districts. And to clarify, we do differentiate between commercial greenhouse and also crop production greenhouse, just so the different types of greenhouses that we have in our use table.
Right.
How large is a rural residential area? That like 10 acres or larger?
I think it's about 10 acres, but there's a lot of variability.
Right, it can be 5.5 and, okay. And then I did
Madam Chair?
Yes. Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, so okay.
So movie ranches. So they're outline all movie ranches, is that correct?
No.
Unless it's 65, it has to be on 65 acres?
Yeah, Madam Chair, so to clarify that particular amendment, so currently in the rural residential zoning district, we have those specific, 65 acres. They have to be accessed by a county or state road, and there's one particular existing movie ranch in the rural residential zoning district where that's the case, and so that's why there's that specific standard for movie ranches, but a planning committee member identified that why are we prohibiting movie ranches in the less dense zoning districts of rural and rural fringe, which typically have much larger acreages than typically found in the rural residential zoning district. So by copying the same standard into those zoning districts, the planning committee and staff felt that it could be consistent between all the different types of zoning districts.
So we already have one movie ranch. We have Eve's Movie Ranch. Is that included in this?
I believe.
Mark those?
I believe so.
But is that off a county road?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, it's not gonna, anything that already exists is not going to be removed.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yep.
I kind of have a little issue with that. I think a little restrictive.
Madam Chair, I have a question
I have
about.
to go to Commissioner Hughes next.
Okay, I'm talking about process and how we're looking at title and summary, and we're about to discuss the details of what would be, if that's in the, go to Commissioner Hughes, but I just am not sure that if we're voting to publish title and summary, if that is something that would just keep us from doing so.
Okay, Commissioner Hughes.
Oh, thank you. I was just going to add that I think one of the reasons, and we discussed this before with the one cannabis farm, but the roads in this area, at least the ones that are in my district, are private roads that are poorly maintained. And so, but also what's been happening there is yes, it may start out as a 10-acre lot, but then people subdivide, and that's one reason the roads are getting all shot up, is because there's a, they subdivide, and so now instead of one house, there's 4 on that 10-acre lot. And if that keeps happening, then there's more and more traffic. So there's a lot that probably needs to be done to protect this area, unless we're going to take over all the roads, which I've been told we're not going to, then I think it's perfectly reasonable to limit the use of the roads to residential uses, just because it's hard enough to keep them up as it is.
Okay, any more questions before we go on? Yes.
I don't know, for something like a movie ranch that, certainly residents have, a certain scope of rights for trying to limit things that represent an unreasonable use of resources and that sort of thing. But San Marcos is a pretty big area, right? For the kind of thing that, the county and the state certainly are working really hard to attract, and then it benefits their area, but also the county. Is something like that, are they allowed, are things like that allowed in the more rural fringe at all?
Yeah, to Commissioner Hanson. So currently in San Marcos, rural fringe and rural zoning districts, a movie ranch is not allowed in San Marcos compared to the county, which we typically, it's a permitted use countywide. So currently the San Marcos Community District is being more restrictive, and through this we would be reducing the restrictions.
Oh, okay. I just couldn't catch which way it was going from the previous. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions? What's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to publish title and general summary for the ordinance amending the Sustainable Land Development Code for the San Marcos community.
And I'll second that.
I have a motion from Commissioner Hughes, a second from Commissioner Green. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you. We will go on to item 6G, to request authorization to publish title and general summary, an ordinance amending the Sustainable Land Development Ordinance number 2016-5, the Tesuque District Overlay.
All right.
Thank you. Welcome, Nate, again.
All right, so this is the same type of item, but for the Tesuque Community District Overlay. And so this overlay is to implement their 2022 Tesuque Community Plan. And throughout 2022 and 2023, we've been working on these amendments, and we've been having instrumental work with the Tesuque Valley Community Association, as well as the Tesuque Planning Committee. And we've had 2 community meetings to inform the wider Tesuque community and garner additional input. And so there's 5 aspects of the amendments to it. There's revisions of the purpose sections to reflect the 2022 plan language. There's minor technical and grammatical revisions. Third, there's significant revisions to the fence and wall standards. Fourth, there's amending the dimensional standards of the base zoning districts to increase the maximum height to the county standard of 24 feet from the current 20 feet. And then to add and amend select use regulations in the use table and base zoning districts, including addition of 1 new use, removal of use regulations for the 2 different types of uses, adding new use regulations for school or university privately owned and crop production greenhouse in all base zoning districts. And just a caveat on school or university privately owned, in the use table, community district overlays cannot regulate K through 12 public or private schools, but they could regulate post-secondary institutions. Additionally, removal of use regulations for stable and other equine-related facilities in 3 different zoning districts, as well as amending the use table zoning classification for the following 16 uses that you can see in your memo. And then as attachments, I've included the clean and red line copies, as well as the existing section, and as well as the 2022 Tesuque Community Plan.
Oh.
Nice.
Your outline equine riding and horse.
No, we're just removing that section. So currently, it's restricting that, and by removing that, it's less restrictive.
Okay, that sounds good. Any other questions, Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nate, I really appreciate how Tesuque Community has adopted a wall and fence ordinance and view to protect the Bishop's Lodge corridor and the Tesuque Village Road corridor. I'm wondering if there was any look at trying to preserve the river corridor and to restrict fences and walls within, say, 25 feet of the bank or 50 feet of the center line, or some way to sort of preserve that from having some of the fences that are starting to encroach along the river banks.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, from my understanding, they did for these particular regulations is just along the Bishop's Lodge Road and Tesuque Village Road corridors, and they did not have specific stipulations for riparian corridors.
Okay, I know that that is a concern of mine, especially with the some of the private property owners that have started to restrict the river rights-of-ways and things like that, specifically in the Pecos, but there are other rivers that are important that have that same issue. And so when it comes time, I'd like to make a motion that includes looking at protecting the river corridors with a section that includes protecting, creating a setback for walls and fences along the river corridor.
Isn't that already covered by the Supreme Court?
Yeah, I don't know if the Rio Tesuque is considered one of those rivers, so.
Might not be. It might be considered ephemeral and not covered under the Clean Water Act, but.
Say it once, say it twice, say it everywhere you can, so. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, you can make a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will make a motion to request authorization or approval for authorization to publish title and general summary of an ordinance amending the Sustainable Land Use Code, ordinance number 2016-5, as amended to amend section 9.5 Tesuque Community Overlay or District Overlay to revise purpose sections to make minor technical grammatical changes, to revise the fences and wall standards, to amend the dimensional standards for base zoning districts, to add and amend certain use regulations in the use table and base zoning districts, and to include protection of the river rights of ways, to include limitations on fences and walls in those corridors.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Does the Tesuque Community Plan include Rancho Encantada?
No.
Okay, so it's just in the main.
It's the core. It is the core.
Okay.
Bishop's Lodge and Tesuque Village Road.
Okay.
Does not go up 592.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No opposition?
Aye.
You're agreeing with us all, Commissioner?
Yes, I'm voting aye in favor.
Okay, so it has been now published, is now ready to be published. Thank you, Nate, for all your work on everything. We're really happy you're here at the county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we'll go on to presentations. So the presentation, and up number B is from the Santa Fe County Water Policy Advisory Committee. Welcome, Carl Dickens. Please turn on the mic.
Full disclosure, I need to kind of explain all the other water entities I'm involved with. In addition to being vice chair of the Water Policy Advisory Committee, I am the co-chair of the Santa Fe Rivers Traditional Communities Collaborative. I am the spokesperson for the Pipeline Coalition. I'll explain that in a little while. I'm also the chair of the La Cienega Valley Association Water Committee, and I currently work with the Santa Fe Public Utilities Department, which I'm finding very interesting. As you see, we only have 5 members out of 12. Oh, thank you. As you see, we only have 5 out of 12 members. And one of the issues that we have with the membership is how it's kind of delineated. We have a representative that's supposed to be coming from the Estancia area, and we actively tried to recruit someone from that area, and they just aren't interested in being part of our committee. The other one is there is a member that's required from the BDD board, which I think is interesting, but probably not necessary. So I think one of the things we'd like to look at is our membership and how we can recruit additional members to the committee. And I think that's something that we can actively do. These are these come from the resolution. Make recommendations on water issues to the board. I don't think we do enough of that, and I think that's what Commissioner Bustamante has kind of talked about a little bit. B, assist the county in addressing proposed aquifer storage and recharge activities and projects, maybe beyond the scope of what we're able to do. I mean, that's hydrological kind of processes. C, explore the concept of an independent regional water authority. That's something I think we're very interested in doing. I'll talk about that a little bit later. Make recommendations on drought management. A couple years ago, we made a presentation to the board about a drought plan that we'd come up with. I have no idea where that's gone, and I sometimes wonder why the city has one drought plan and we have another. And so that's one of those issues I think we need to discuss at length. Second D, and that's really how the resolution reads. Second D is pretty much related to A. And the last part, provide such assistance as directed by the board. I think one of the observations I've had since I've been on the board now or on the committee for 2 years now is the lack of organizational communication between the committee and the board. And I think that needs to be addressed and something that would be helpful for us in terms of moving forward. I think one of our thoughts was it would be nice to have a commissioner regularly attend our meetings to help kind of support what we're doing and be able to communicate back to the commission in general. And so that's one of the things I think we'd like to have the board consider. Now this is our 2023 work plan. Educational outreach is something that we're very interested in doing. And we started a process. One time it was Emily Wolf and I worked on a whole plan to do some educational outreach. And we got to a point where we had no way to implement it. We didn't have staff. We didn't have money. We were trying to follow what the city had done, their conservation efforts, and what they've done with school kids throughout the city. Outside of the city, there is no educational opportunity for kids to learn about water. And we think that's a mistake and something that we would like to correct. We get back to city-county partnership. were completely supportive of this. The time has come for the city and county to work together on water issues. And as I think we mentioned earlier, water doesn't stop at the city-county boundary, and issues need to be addressed by both entities. Floodplain management is a great example of that. We, in La Cienega, excuse me, have been subject of some pretty devastating floods, and that water all comes from the city. The two main, the Arroyo Hondo and the Rio Grande, not the Rio Grande, but the Santa Fe River are the two main sources of water that come out of the city. And so we need to address that. We've got some ideas on how to do that, but it has to be a cooperative effort between the city and county. Domestic wells is another very interesting topic. I'm not sure how many wells you think there are in Santa Fe County. There's 2,000 within the city limits and another 10,000 that are outside of the city limits. And I'm not sure how many of those, but a significant number of those have been drilled in the last 20, 30 years. And so that's been obviously an impact on the community of La Cienega and La Cieneguilla because of our location in the aquifer, that when there are domestic wells going in, it affects the level of our aquifer. We have the Arroyo, the Acequia de La Cienega, which now has seen about a 60% reduction in its water sources over the last 40 years. And they are now dependent on a well to be able to provide water to the pacientes. So these are things that we're focusing on this year. And Santa Fe 2100 is just something that has to be the county's got to be committed to that. We're talking about one water. And it's just, that kind of planning is so essential to the future of our community, the future of Santa Fe County. Cañada de los Alamos was an interesting effort. We spent a lot of time reviewing their application to be connected to the county water system. There were some process issues. We were a little confused about what part we played, but we eventually got that worked out, and that's been, I believe, passed on to the county for their action, is my understanding. And here we come back to the city-county partnership, educational outreach, domestic wells, and PFAS. So the county-city partnership, let's go to the next slide. These are the things that we're looking at going forward. We very much would like to have an outreach coordinator, someone that would be assigned to the committee to be able to carry out some of the ideas and have some funding behind that so we can support that. We absolutely need a commitment from the county to participate actively in the Santa Fe 2100 planning. And then we get into these partnerships. I mean, I grew up in New Mexico, little village of Los Ranchos right on the river, literally lived on the river. And there just comes a time in a community where it's time to start talking about, let's get this done. We need to regionalize. The things that we're looking at right now is a joint agreement on the wastewater treatment plant. It's not really a reclamation plant, a treatment plant. As you all know, that system is failing. I can give you all the details why there's high E. coli levels in the river, but that's because we have someone described it as a Frankenstein treatment plant. It's been patched together. It's got some really neat new technology, and then old things are just falling apart. I mean, the latest thing was their UV system, which I think one person said it was one of the original UV systems ever put in, and it's broken. Can't get parts for it, can't fix it. Replacing it will take 2 years and probably $20 million, which is just crazy. I mean, when you start looking at that and you start looking at the other parts of this facility, it's really time for the county and the city to join hands and being able to deal with this wastewater issue. And it's certainly something we're going to encourage as much as we can. The joint agreement on stormwater management. This is a big one for me because I live on a ranch, rent from the Simons family, 5 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago is when we had the big flood. Took out a 60,000-pound concrete bridge on our property, on their property. And it's because all of that water comes through from the city and has nothing to slow it down and ends up rushing through our community. And it's done some really devastating impacts. And we still have remnants of that flood in the Arroyo Hondo, which is something that we would like to get addressed at some point. And I have this crazy idea. There's, as you come out of the Arroyo Chimizo and the Arroyo Hondo, both go through an area it's right across from La Cienega. It's across 599. It's the Peter Comas property. It's about 200 acres. And if you were to take that and somehow acquire that, you could turn it into some incredible park, but it would be able to slow down that flood water and spread it out. It would recharge the aquifer. It would improve it would absolutely stop the possibility of floods in our community. And so that's one of the things I think as a member of the Water Policy Advisory Committee, I'm certainly going to support, and obviously Santa Fe 2100. In talking to people in the city, they know that the county's been involved, but not as involved as they would like to see them. And obviously, we have to deal with climate change issues. And the thing about the PFAS, I mean, that's the latest kind of shocker for us, is to have that in our wells and not really understanding what that means or how bad it is or how bad it could be. There's a lot of uncertainty. I have a young man who works with me, work together a lot. He was helping put up the Christmas lights the other day. He lives in La Cienega. He had no idea that there were any PFAS in his well. And I think that's a failure in terms of making sure people in that community understand what they're up against. And I know that there's going to be a concerted effort from the La Cienega Valley Association to really kind of push for more information, get wells tested as quickly as possible. And that's one of the things we run into periodically is to get wells tested, we have to go get a contractor, you have to go through the procurement process. And I'm hoping there is some sort of emergency procurement process that we could utilize to speed up the process rather than taking months or weeks or months or how long, ever long, to be able to get our wells tested. And so with that, I will stand for questions.
Thank you, Carl, very much for your overview and your work plan. I think that without a doubt, I think this commission agrees that we need to have partnerships with the city, and especially on the wastewater plant, but I want to correct your estimate. It's more like 80 million at least to 120 to do a new wastewater plant.
No,
Well,
he was
actually-
just saying the UV system was 20 million.
Oh, okay, so
I can speak to that actually because John Dupuy did a presentation before the city council 2 weeks ago. And the estimate he's seen is $320 million. And what kind of shocked him is not one of the councilors questioned that. And one of the things that happened in that meeting, there were 4 councilors asked about county-city cooperation, which I see as somewhat of a breakthrough. I think the timing was right. I think we've got the right people in the right places that we can really make this happen. And I certainly think we have an obligation to do that. And so that, again, that is something that our committee will support and push as much as we can. But we obviously have to have the politicians involved and want your support and encouragement and involvement to make this happen.
I think this board does believe that we need to have a joint agreement. I have personally been told that the word regional is not popular, so maybe it's a partnership, maybe it's another term that we can come up with, but we need a new wastewater plant for sure. And it would be great if John Dupuy could come and give a presentation to the county commission I think that would be incredibly helpful. Don't know if that's possible.
Well, I was thinking back to Commissioner Hamilton and Councilor Carol Romero Worth. When you were working on water stuff, that seemed like that was a breakthrough and seemed like it was really productive in terms of moving forward. And those are the kind of things we just need to see more of. It's time.
I think we all agree, and so I'm going to go to the other commissioners. I'll go to Commissioner Hamilton. And
I just have a very quick comment about that. And yes, Councilor Romero Worth and I have talked about re-upping that process, and partly because there are some specific topics that you guys have brought up and talked between the city and the county, and that are gaining some traction. And,
Okay.
and we should talk more about it, and it's a good
Absolutely.
idea.
Thank you.
yeah, Commissioner Green.
You good? Okay. Thank you for the presentation and the work you're doing. I look forward to more advice, and I'm not a water expert, right? I just play one up here, and that's dangerous. So, and I don't even try to play one. I defer to the experts, right? So, but in terms of this partnership, all of us up here need to sort of reach out and sort of adopt a counselor, right? If each of us had one counselor, we would have a majority, and we could probably. I understand. Well, they can adopt one of us too, right? They've got, but more specifically, our needs and what we can bring as resources and needs to this plant, right? In the very abstract, it sounds great that we do this, but once upon a time when we were doing BDD, we were saying, well, we need this much water, and we can contribute this much money. And this is a model for this. And so if we start to put proposals together and do the homework ourselves, at least in terms of what our needs and what we can bring, can we bring $100 million to a $300 million plant? Let's go find out, right? Can we bring 50 million or 200 million and so on? So this is part of our little internal homework. What is our need? How many homes would we want to be tying into
Absolutely.
this system? So we say, you know what, you guys have 30,000 homes in the city and we have 30,000 homes in the county. Look, that looks like a 50-50 split. Let's figure it out that way. Right. And so once we start to, it's a big number and it's a big problem. But as I've sort of discovered in my first year sitting on this commission, is like when these things are too big, they're scary. But when you break them into these constituent parts and say, money, how do we do this? 2 funding pots here and this. We can figure that out. And then we say need, demand, reuse, all of these benefits, cost benefits, uses, management. You cut it into these constituent parts, and we start to put the proposal together. And then we can go to our individual commissioners or counselors and say, I think we've got a solution here. There are also 2 or 3 new counselors coming on in the next few weeks. So we have an opportunity to adopt the new ones, right? Maybe so. I mean, it's building that relationship one-on-one, right? We only have 5; they have 8, but all we need is 5 to have a majority there if we are cohesive on our side. So, anyway.
Thank you. I think, Commissioner Green, I agree with you, but if we are a joint policy board or we agree on moving forward on a wastewater plant jointly, there is a tremendous amount of federal money available. And federal money is what is needed to build a
Absolutely.
new wastewater plant. We are not going to be able to do that without federal money.
Absolutely.
And there is federal money available. So we need to be aware, we need to be looking for that, and that needs to be part of the premise on which we do that. And
Madam Chair, if I just may, when we were at NACO, the head of our region's EPA said, please, 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 we would love to do this project. But I think they were looking at it as a regional collaboration between the city and the county. So great opportunity.
Can
I comment real quickly? One of the advantages the county has is that there's more money available through the Biden infrastructure plan for county, for rural communities. And so there is money out there.
I believe that's
combined
what the
with
commissioner
city
was
does.
referring to.
Yeah, federal money. So I'm going to go to Commissioner Bustamante.
Yes, so thank you very, very much. You sat here for.
Feels a little funny because we've only known each other for 30 years, but anyway.
I think a little longer than that, actually.
It is.
But I'm grateful for your presentation and the conversations that we've had. I see the role of this committee as really critical and important, and as much as I appreciate the request to have a commissioner at the meetings, that's not really what I would see at this time. Others may disagree with me as an appropriate role yet, given that there is staff that needs to work closely with the committee to pull together the details on how we would get this work done.
Right.
I think as I read the advisory resolution, it was written in 2019, and there are a few things that you're working on and other opportunities that need to be addressed. I appreciated the letter that we received about, getting hiring new people, and
Right.
those are all ambitious and quite likely to be necessary. We clearly need someone in the role that Ms. Hunter was working in, but at this time, what I would really like to see happen is that we very much need to look at this in this much more comprehensive manner.
Yeah.
And that this group, I couldn't agree with Brian Snyder more in how and what we need to do to recruit more people from the area to make sure that your committee is working strongly. We have the Galisteo Basin, we have the Estancia. We need to think very comprehensively. And that demands a lot of attention because we do have the climate change question. And it doesn't just affect the city of Santa Fe, it affects the town of Edgewood, it affects the village of Galisteo. We have a big picture that needs to be addressed. In other words, I'm looking at how we're going to get all, I hate to use military terms, but like all boots on ground, right? All troops in the field. How do we comprehensively do this work together in a manner that allows you all, as much as I appreciate, well, we need a person to do this and we need a person to do that, I have to challenge you a little further. We need some real specific SMART goals. I mean, and when I talk about SMART goals, I'm not saying those were dumb goals. They're not, that's not the point. SMART actually stands for something very specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound, that we know, all right, to be able to have this conversation with the city of Santa Fe, because we can sit here and ruminate on how someone should get involved and tap someone on the shoulder. I can't tell you how many times I've had the taps on the shoulder, as I know other commissioners have, with regard to this, with counselors who've said, well, we do work together. We're already working together. We do work together. And the good news is minutes don't reflect tone, but I'm kind of bored with it. I'm seriously bugged that I've been nodded at and by city councilors who have acknowledged that this could possibly be important. I'm glad that there was a little more movement at a recent city council meeting, but when we get into setting some SMART goals, some real objectives, and you're in a really powerful position, having a foot in both areas,
Yep.
that it's, all right, what do we need to actually have done to have this happen? I think that there is opportunity for a more gentler and collaborative way, because even what I said a minute ago didn't sound all that collaborative. I sound like an individual who's angsty, but that's not the point. What we're doing is trying to solve a problem that both the city and the county have together. So personalities aside, what's the step that needs to be taken? And how can this policy committee looking at, because again, we need to look comprehensively at potable and wastewater in ways that address both, and those are steps. So how is it going to be a very specific guide that we can say, measurable? What's the next step? It's measurable. At that point, we will potentially have this much more agreement between the city and the county to get to the next step that would be relevant, because this is achievable, we're able to do it, right?
Okay.
Some very prescriptive
We can do that.
work that gets us to addressing some of these details in a way that when that policy recommendation comes forward, and I'm going to be very honest, no disrespect to anyone who told me this, I mean it sincerely. It's like, well, yes, they have a work plan, and then they tell you how they did. I'm like, okay, I read the legislation, I read the resolution that established this committee, and I don't necessarily want to hear how it went in a work plan, unless it's something that's called specifically water advisory. Then very specifically, if it's advisory and policy, then it's all right, we've got it, we're working with staff, staff is putting this in front of us, and they're saying, are you all gonna pass what we all came up with? Now we have something that is advisory policy, and we vote, and we say, boy, oh boy, that made some serious sense there. I vote in favor, amen. Or, well, have we considered, but let's get to some measurable, identifiable, actionable items, and there's a lot to do. So I asked for the first meeting with you all back in August, and I understood that there's a lot of work going on. You know, I get it, but nothing that's advisory or policy reflective for this committee. And there's a lot more work that can be done. And I will look to the commissioner who actually sat on the Water Policy Advisory and look at what maybe not needs to be revised to incorporate some of these and update that resolution for something that will make it very actionable, that staff is very much on top of, and that is very much a feeling of collaborative between all of those entities, knowing, and I say all of those entities, not just city and county, tribal, towns, et cetera, for us to work proactively together to address these issues in the interest of 7 generations before us. That's what my hope is. I mean that sincerely with everything I have. So I'm grateful. I realize that I've talked, but not more than I listened. And I mean that with my whole heart. I know that you work these water issues like no one I've ever met, and I am so grateful. I mean that with all my heart, Carl.
Thank you.
So to that end, and I'm saying most of this because I see Public Works behind you as well, that is really an opportunity that we have before us. If we can really leverage the water expertise in this neighborhood, and I mean that in the biggest scope of the county.
It's amazing.
The Rockstar Policy Group, let's get it going. Because it's not going to be the personality sitting on this dais or at a dais in the city. It's going to be the people in the communities who are going to start seeing that difference. And that's my...
Well spoken. And one of the things I want to say, one of the thoughts is, and this came up last night, a small group of folks that we get together periodically talk about water issues. William Mee, Darren Munzberg, Maury Hensley, Bobby Beasold, and Andy Otto. We're kind of a clique about water. And one of our thoughts is to recruit new members. We're going to use the collaborative and the Pipeline Coalition membership and see if we can't get people interested in doing that. So we're going to actively do that. The other thing you brought up is something I've been thinking about a lot, conservation. That's one of the things that the city does very well. I mean, they are recognized nationally, I believe, for conservation efforts. Once you go outside the city limits, it's not happening. As I said, there's 10,000 wells outside of the city limits, and we have lots of them in La Cienega. And those people have no idea about conservation. They don't understand what water is going on. There's an educational issue absolutely with them, and it's got to be bilingual. The other thing is we have 183 water systems and mutual domestics. And those are the people, too, that need to be informed and engaged and involved in what we're doing. And I want to finish up with the Pipeline Coalition, because one of the things that we talked about last night, my little clique, is we have, as a result of the agreement between the city and county, we have a stakeholder-involved process that has started. We have a facilitator. Her name is Deborah Anya Ibe. And we're not real excited about the direction she's taking. And now that there is some limits in terms of staffing from the county to support what she's doing, one of the ideas was to have the WPAC maybe take that over. Not the WPAC itself, but for the WPAC to create a subcommittee to be able to draw in people not just from our committee, but from other entities, to be able to help guide her and support her efforts in creating a plan for the lower Santa Fe River.
So, Madam Chair, Carl, please make sure to look at the resolution that established it. You have very specific guidelines on how new members are identified, where they need to come from.
Right.
And it gives names, Central Planning Area, Northern Planning Area, Buckman.
Yep.
So when you do that, and that comes through the staff, so those recommendations would
Absolutely.
go to staff and then been brought in.
Well, identified in our recruitment effort.
Okay, and to understand that that is something that is done with and through staff.
Right.
Okay. So thank you.
Yes, so I think that we are in agreement with many of the things that you said.
Okay.
Many of us are friendly with different counselors and work with them quite closely, and others, are not as friendly. And
Understood.
we're doing the best that we can, but we need to make a definite difference. And as regarding the PFAS issue, this is a serious issue that is happening throughout the country. We are not alone in facing this issue, and it is something that the National Association of Counties, NACO, constantly brings up, constantly has seminars on. And so I agree that well testing is really important for the community and how we are going to work on that issue, and I support that. But I agree with Commissioner Bustamante. You need new members, but please look at the resolution.
Yep.
And, the county is just not the southern part of the county. There is the northern part of the county. There is the middle part of the county.
Absolutely.
And, they all need to be consulted and worked with.
Will do.
Okay, so thank you very much, Carl.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carl.
Thank you.
Okay, next we're going to move on to matters of public concern. Daniel, do we have anybody who wishes to make comments to the
Madam Chair, we did have one person pre-register on our online form. However, I do not see them on WebEx.
Okay. So we have nobody there? Okay. Then we will move on to, I will close matters of public concern. Oh, is there anybody in the audience who wishes to make comments on matters of public concern? I didn't think so, but okay. Okay. So matters from the county manager.
No updates, Madam Chair and Commissioners, other than to wish you and all the county staff happy holidays.
Okay, thank you very much. Then I'm going to go on to matters from County Commission and other elected officials. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hughes first.
Well, the manager stole my thunder. I was going to say I don't have anything to report except everybody have happy holidays.
Okay, Commissioner Hamilton.
I don't have anything to report other than to wish everybody, all my colleagues and constituents and staff, happy holidays.
Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Likewise, nothing necessary to report except that this has been a wonderful year, and I'd like to thank the chair for being a great chair this year and welcoming me, all of you, welcoming me to the commission this year. So thank you very much. Happy holidays.
Commissioner Bustamante.
Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to acknowledge a few people out of the Edgewood and Stanley area. I received, and I am so grateful, a bunch of different ages, so I don't know if it was one school teacher, but I really do owe them a call out by name. And if there's anyone whose letter I have not received yet, there are just a few students. They were all part of 4-H. They were all in the state fair, and I got photos, and they're cute, and some are holding goats, and some are holding pigs, and it's living. It is so precious. So we have to please give me a moment to just please acknowledge Pete White, who raises boar goats. We have Madeline Almanzar, who really just likes to be in 4-H, and she's just grateful that she gets to be at the grounds, and she is looking forward to a beautiful fair in the upcoming year, which is really precious, so they have so much fun. And this one is a young man and his rooster, but he didn't put, oh, it's Landon Lentz, and Landon has a prize-winning purple, the biggest purple ribbon. It's not a blue ribbon, it's purple, and it's huge. 2023, this rooster that I would be proud of too if I had that gigantic rooster. And here's one with a pig. Oh, Ethan Elmore and his award-winning pig and rabbit, his bunny rabbits. And the letter said that he really enjoys raising rabbits, so he'll probably do that next year, which is, I'm going to go ahead and just assume that the pig might not be around next year. And then we have Madison Nichols, who just said, I'm grateful for the fair. Thank you. So that's really super sweet and worth acknowledging that people do actually enjoy going to the fair, and it's always a good thing to have a county fair. So I'm so grateful for this one. And then we have James Tucker. I am so grateful for all your support and help at the Santa Fe County Fair. It's much appreciated, all you do. Very cute. And then we have Commission A, which is very cool. Ooh la la. Sincerely, Sway Perkins. Thank you for all your support for 4-H in my career and all your help at the state fair. That is so wonderful. So I needed to call them out. We need to know that these folks are out there grateful for the good work that we do, especially when we give them the opportunity to shine with their livestock and their planning and their animals. That's all I have. It was fun. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Bustamante. We have all received these wonderful letters from the 4-H and the fair, and I'm so glad that you took the time to read all their names and recognize them, so thank you. Then I want to go on. Today is the feast day of Guadalupe at the Pojoaque Pueblo, and I took the time this morning to go and watch the dances there, and they were absolutely beautiful. And so I just want to send my thanks and blessings to everyone at the Pueblo for a beautiful feast day. I also want to thank the entire employee staff for putting on such a great Christmas party. We all had a wonderful time, and I loved the fact that Daniel reminded everybody that there were no county dollars used for the employees' Christmas party, and we all had a wonderful, wonderful time. It was really great, and I want to also wish everybody Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, blessings on the winter solstice that is coming up, and Happy New Year. So with that, I'll go on to our other elected officials, and I do know that we have Catherine Clark, our county clerk, and I do also believe that Jennifer Manzanares is online. So I will go to you, Madam Clerk, first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we just finished today our voting systems check. So the election, which was 6 weeks ago, does not end for us. Our final step in authenticating results was that last week and this week. And the voting systems check is where the Secretary of State randomly pulls precincts essentially out of a hat or throws die. They throw die. And then voting precincts are picked. And we were very unlucky this year, and instead of 1 or 2, we got 15 precincts and had to hand tally more than 2,500 ballots. So that was an exercise in trying to be as efficient as possible, and I am happy to report that all 15 precincts matched our election night results, and so we have, of the final canvassing, statewide canvassing, recheck, recount, and voting systems check process, we have finally completed the election. So I am looking forward to a vacation until January when the primary starts again. This year we did do some, piloting of new software and working on efficiencies for 2024. And part of that is what you approved today, which is our new building. So I wanted to thank the commission for approving that money, because we are looking forward to having the most state-of-the-art elections process in New Mexico. One of the things that I did this week was meet with our new sorting machine vendor, and so we were designing the operations and how that machine will talk to our ballot on demand system. So we're very much looking forward to having a location to be able to deliver that large format sorter, and then work on acquiring a few more machines and some custom designed systems that I'm working on, so that we can really make elections very efficient and modern in Santa Fe County. I also wanted to congratulate several members of our staff who completed their certified public supervisor. Even though it was a busy election season, they did finish. 7 members of our staff are now certified public supervisors, so I wanted to send a personal shout out and congratulations. In addition, we also have a new administrative assistant who you will see, Marissa Trujillo Sandoval. She can stand up and wave. She will be the woman that you need to speak to about BCC documents, resolutions. She will be taking over and making sure that all of our things are recorded, and she will be working hard to make sure you get what you need quickly. And finally, I just wanted to thank everyone who assisted with our election this year. I'm so glad to check that off our list. And a warm and happy holidays and Happy New Year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And then I believe that our treasurer is online. Treasurer Manzanares.
Yes. Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening. Good Madam Chair, and good evening, commissioners. So much gratitude I'm hearing from the commission. I too want to echo the tax season going well. We have had, I want to give everyone a quick update on that. So we have had constant communication with the Postal Service and with the new system Deluxe to make sure that the processing is going smoothly. Now, I want to backtrack a little bit to a couple of weeks ago when we had a conversation with the Postal Service about them not having a staff shortage. We've worked through that. We're going to be just today set up a meeting with the leadership at the Postal Service for lessons learned now we can avoid in the spring. So we're still processing. Anything that is dated after yesterday will be considered late, but we will definitely work with everything postmarked from the 11th forward, or backwards rather. And so staff, a big shout out to Team Treasurer's Office. They've been working really hard to do the processing, and I would say that we're catching up to last year at this point, almost there. So for commissioners, if you have constituents who have concerns or questions, please direct them our way. And we're returning phone calls just as quickly as we can. Once we see them a little bit high, we get them down as low as we can. So that's one of the things that that I want to make sure we're diligent with. Walk-ins, we still have some coming in, but overall, I would say we're getting there. We're almost to the end of the major rush. So happy holidays to everyone. Happy New Year. And please, if you have any questions about this tax season, just send them our way.
Okay. Thank you, Treasurer Manzanares. Next, we are going to matters from the county attorney, Mr. Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Also, thank you for the passing the Open Meetings Act resolution earlier today, an important document that it establishes the the reasonable notice for open meetings within the county and the county-appointed committees. So this evening, I would ask that we go into executive session to discuss discussion of bargaining strategy, preliminary collective bargaining negotiations between the Board of County Commissioners and collective bargaining units as allowed by Section 10-15-1H5. And then also threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant is allowed by Section 10-15-1H7 NMSA 1978. And those items specifically included are number one, discussion of bargaining strategy preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations with AFSCME 1782. Second, the First Judicial District Court case in Santa Fe County, case number D-101-CV-2021-01970. And then finally, a pair of cases, Emmons versus Santa Fe County in the U.S. District Court, District of New Mexico, case number 123CV-00588, and Kennedy versus Santa Fe County, U.S. District Court, District of New Mexico, case number 23CV-992KGJHR.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move to go into executive session to discuss the items that Attorney Young just described.
And I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton, a second from Commissioner Green. May I please have a roll call, Deputy Madam Clerk?
Of course, Madam Chair. Commissioner Camille Bustamante?
Yes.
Commissioner Justin Green?
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton?
Yes.
And Chair Annie Henson?
Yes. So we'll be in executive session for about 45 minutes, and we will be back as soon as we possibly can. Thank you.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin-Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps. Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps. Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps. Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army. Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army. Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army. Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army. Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army. Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army. Oscar Magno Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army. Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army. Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army. Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army. Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army. Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we come out of executive session, assuring that the only thing we discussed in executive session were the things that Attorney Young described on the motion to go in, and that no decisions were made.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton to come out of executive session and a second by Commissioner Green. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay. We're out of executive session. We are now on to number 12, which is a public hearing on the proposed ordinance to be heard no earlier than 5 p.m. We've managed that. This is an ordinance amending ordinance number 2023-06, Santa Fe County Fire Code, adopt current NFPA 855 stationary emergency storage system standards. Welcome.
Madam
Someday
Chair.
I'll learn how to say your name. Jama Blair. Okay, that's not how it looks, but thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Commissioners, I am before you representing the Fire Department to respectfully request the Board approve an ordinance amending Ordinance 2023-06, the Santa Fe County Fire Code, to adopt current NFPA 855 stationary energy storage system standards. The proposed ordinance would adopt NFPA 855 2023 edition In addition, in the event NFPA amends NFPA 855-2023 or adopts a new edition of NFPA 855, the proposed ordinance will require the Fire Marshal, within 3 months of the Fire Marshal becoming aware of NFPA's adoption of the amendment or new edition, inform the Board of County Commissioners and make a recommendation concerning whether it should adopt the amended or new edition of NFPA 855. And with that, thank you for your time, and I stand for any questions.
Okay, questions from the board? I want to just say thank you for bringing this forward. Yeah.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I want to thank the staff, John Mablay and the fire chief for bringing this forward and keeping us totally up to date on our standards. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we all agree on that. What's the pleasure of the board?
I'd like to make a motion to.
Oh, yeah, never mind. We have to have a public hearing. So, is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on this ordinance? Is there anybody online who wishes to speak on this ordinance? Okay, I am going to close the public hearing, and we will go to a motion.
I will make a motion to adopt an ordinance amending ordinance number 2023-06, the Santa Fe County Fire Code, to adopt the current NFPA 855 stationary energy storage system standards.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Green, a second from Commissioner Hamilton. Do I need a roll call vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay.
All right. Roll call for the ordinance. Commissioner Camila Bustamante.
Yes.
Commissioner Justin Green.
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Yes.
And Chair Anna Hansen.
Yes. Okay, congratulations and thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry you had to wait so late.
Would you like an ordinance number, ma'am?
I would.
All right. 12A is ordinance number 2023-09.
Okay.
And congratulations to us for our last ordinance of the year.
Yeah, because everything else has to have a title and published summary. Okay, next, we're going to have a public hearing on administrative adjudicated matters. This is case number 23-5071. Oh, no, next one. Case B, 23-5060, Chalet Conceptual Plan Amendment and Preliminary Plat Phase 1 and 2 and Final Subdivision Plat Phase 1. Kenneth, welcome.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners.
Good to see you.
On February 14th, 2015, the Board of County Commissioners approved a master plan to allow a phased mixed-use development on the property. At the time, the proposal included 2 phases and included a neighborhood center, employment center, shopping center, office/retail space, and a hotel. The approval included a variance of Santa Fe County Ordinance number 2000-12, the Community College District Ordinance, Section 6E 3C, to allow a no-outlet roadway to exceed 300 feet in length, and a variance of the CCDO, Section 6.7, Road Design Standards, to allow a deviation from design standards required of a living priority road. The approved master plan defines the boundaries of the landscape types and thereby determines the configuration of the various zones and master plan, taking into consideration the flatlands, hillsides, pinon junipers, grasslands, and arroyos of the CCDO land use map and land use systems map. The master plan includes 7.4 acres of neighborhood center, 21.4 acres of employment center, and 32.1 acres of open space. The remaining 3.1 acres consist of road right-of-way granted to the county for the construction of the Northeast Connector. On January 12, 2016, the BCC approved a request for a master plan amendment to allow up to 12 commercial lots on the property to increase the amount of seating allowed in the church/religious institution, and for preliminary and final plat and development plan to create 3 commercial lots on 24 acres for Soleil Phase 1. The BCC final order was recorded on April 13, 2016. Therefore, the expiration date of the conceptual plan under Section 4.9.9.10 of the Sustainable Land Development Code was April 13, 2021, and the expiration of the preliminary and final plat and development plan pursuant to Sections 5.7.11 and 5.8.7 of the SLDC was initially April 13, 2018. On August 14, 2018, the Board of County Commissioners approved a 3-year extension of the approved preliminary plat and final plat for Soleil Phase 1 in accordance with Sections 5.7.11 and 5.8.7 of the SLDC. The BCC final order was recorded on November 28, 2018. The expiration date of the preliminary plat and final development plan was thus extended until April 13, 2021. On March 9, 2021, the BCC approved a 2-year conceptual plan time extension in conformance with the SLD Section 4.9.9.10. The conceptual plan will therefore be valid until April 13, 2023. The BCC also approved an extension of the preliminary and final plat for a period of 1 year, which would be the maximum extension allowed under state law. The board found that the delays in construction of the Northeast Connector should not delay the recordation of preliminary and final plat for Soleil Phase 1, and the amendment to the previously imposed condition was well taken. That condition shall read as follows: construction may begin, but the Soleil development is not permitted occupancy until the Northeast Connector is completed. Previous applicant had failed to record the final plat, therefore it expired. The applicant is requesting approval of a conceptual plan amendment to add the following uses: daycare to the neighborhood center, replacing a 100-unit hotel with a 100-unit independent living facility, and adding grocery store to the approved use list. The applicant also requests preliminary plat approval for phases 1 and 2 and final subdivision plat approval for phase 1. Phase 1 will consist of 3 lots, and phase 2 will have 7 lots for a total of 10 lots. Phase 1 is located on the western side of the property and phase 2 on the eastern side. The property is within the planned development district of the Santa Fe Community College District. Initially, the applicant was requesting a crematorium within the employment center, but this use was withdrawn. On September 14, 2023, this request was presented to the SLDC hearing officer. During the meeting, 3 individuals attended the meeting and spoke against this proposal. The issues that were presented were concerns with the crematorium, the placement of a cemetery at the entrance of the property, riding stables in close proximity to residential areas, and the placement of a funeral home close to the assisted living center. The hearing officer memorized the findings of facts and conclusions of law in the recommended order on this request. The hearing officer, based on the evidence presented, recommended approval of the request to allow the requested conceptual plan amendment subject to the conditions recommended by staff. The written order of the minutes of the September 14, 2023 hearing are attached as exhibits. On October 19, 2023, this request was presented to the Santa Fe County Planning Commission. During the public hearing portion of the meeting, one member of the public spoke. That individual's sole concern was ensuring that the prohibition against the development of a crematorium in the Soleil development would be noted on the final plat. The Planning Commission, based on the evidence presented, recommended approval of the request to allow a conceptual plan amendment subject to the conditions recommended by staff. The minutes of the Planning Commission's October 19 meeting are attached as exhibits. This application has been reviewed for compliance with the applicable standards set forth in Chapter 7 of the SLDC. It has been reviewed for access and roads, fire protection, landscape and buffering, lighting, signs, parking, loading, water supply, wastewater and water conservation, open space, protection of historic and archaeological resources, terrain management, flood prevention and flood control, solid waste, and affordable housing. Recommendations. Hearing officer's recommendation. As noted above, the SLDC hearing officer recommended approval of this application subject to staff's conditions. Planning Commission recommendation. As noted above, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the applicant subject to staff's conditions. Staff's recommendation. Staff has determined that the application for conceptual plan amendment, preliminary plat for phases 1 and 2, and final for phase 1 is in compliance with the subdivision design standards as set forth in the SLDC. Staff recommends approval for conceptual plan amendment to add a daycare facility as an approved use to the neighborhood center subdistrict of the community college district, to replace a 100-unit hotel with a 100-unit independent living facility, and to add grocery store to the approved list. Madam Chair, may I enter the conditions into for the record?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I stand for any questions.
Okay, I'm going to go to the applicant.
Hi.
Oh, you're ready already. All right. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath.
My name is Orlin Guerrero-Ortiz. I'm with Design Ingenuity, and we're here in Santa Fe. Our mailing address is P.O. Box 2758, Santa Fe, New Mexico. Several of you have seen this project before, maybe multiple times. We got, 2 years ago, there was a miscommunication, honestly, between my client and I. The original client had been Mr. Hadari, and he had sold to Julia Villegas, who is the owner who owns the pink concrete trucks that you sometimes see in town. And she supports breast cancer awareness issues. And she owns several sand and gravel mines and things like that. She had purchased it, and I had been telling her about, you know, we need a financial guarantee. I need it by such and such a date. And we came down to the wire, and there was a miscommunication, let's just say. And she called her bank a little late, and it was impossible to meet the deadline. When we realized that we weren't going to be able to record in time before things expired, she said it was okay. She wanted to make some minor modifications anyway. And so that's why we're before you today, is we did make a few minor modifications, adding a daycare into an area of the project. This is the original one that was last approved by the Board of County Commissioners. Maybe this forwards it. The new one is very, very similar. We've added a daycare, we've added a grocery list, or a grocery store to the use list, and what was potentially going to be a hotel is instead going to be, what do they call that? I'm so sorry, I should know these things, but I'm very tired right now. And an independent living facility for 100 people, or for 100 units. So we made those modifications. In general, the roads are pretty much the same. That curly road, the second one that's coming off the Northeast Connector, we do have an agreement with the county where they were supposed to provide 2 entryways into Soleil in return for us donating 9.5 or 9.8 acres or something to you all. That second entrance, the one that's curly, can you guys see it on your screens?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
good. That's because the end of that road was designed almost 10 feet in the air. It was definitely brought to your consultant late in the game. It was a total afterthought in the design. And so trying to connect to that and making it all ADA accessible was a little challenging, and that's why we got a goofy looking road, unfortunately. But what we're here for before you today is basically the same project, where we're trying to develop the east side or the west side first, and that's going to probably be a community funeral home and a storage facility. And then the
Wait a
third...
second. A funeral home?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. No crematorium, but a funeral home.
Okay.
Yeah. We became aware that the community was very concerned about the crematorium, so we actually withdrew the request for a crematorium and altered our application and removed the whole idea of a crematorium. But there has always been a plan for a funeral home here and a cemetery. The cemetery is going to be going into the open space. Anyway, and then the last lot will probably not be developed until the second phase, because then the use list grows. The reason the first phase is so small is because with only one entrance, we're really limited. We need to have the second entrance for traffic reasons. And so when they move forward with the second entrance, then we'll go ahead and develop the rest of the property. It's going to be connected to county water, county sewer. Pretty extensive off-site improvements because of that for utility line connections. It's all paved roads, sidewalks both sides, street trees, a few parks, including a planned pickleball court, and also just plaza kind of areas, more for hanging out. The main channel in the middle it's an arroyo, but it doesn't really flow much, but we're using it as an amenity. And we're providing a trail all along it. The project in general has trails crisscrossing it. There's ones going up the east side, going off to on both sides on the west side. You all are building a trail along the Northeast Connector. We're connecting to it in a couple of locations. And so I think we've got a really nice project, and we do intend to move forward this time as soon as we can. We do Julia brought in some other partners. It also includes a banker named James Schaefer now, who's providing advice on the financial side of things, and Rudy Guzman, who is a contractor, is also involved now in the project. So they're raring to go. This project should hopefully be under construction very soon. And we agree to all staff's conditions, and I'm here to stand for any questions you might have. Thank you.
Okay, questions from the board? Commissioner Green?
Thank you. Sorry, let me repeat that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Orlin. Good to see you. Welcome back. A couple questions. The first, or maybe this is a staff, and I don't know if it's for the applicant, is once upon a time there was discussion of an off-ramp from I-25 to Richards. Does this preclude this? Is there an issue now with that aspect of connecting I-25 to Richards?
Commissioners, Commissioner Green, from my understanding, when the plans were originally prepared, and you all probably know more about this than I do, but there was a drawing that I saw at one time that showed how they could still fit on-ramps and off-ramps off. And they would actually fit north of the traffic circle, and this would not preclude anything that we're doing would not interfere with that. We're hoping that someday there is an interchange there.
Okay.
And I do hope you're, as a commission, you guys will push that someday.
Okay. Is there any, I mean, I guess it's pretty much north of the Northeast Connector, so it's not really in your development area anyway.
No, I mean, they may need to come back to us for easement at that point, because I think we've only really granted easement currently for the Northeast Connector. But I would go on record saying we are wholly supportive of that, and we'd be more than willing to give up, or give easement as necessary for it.
But DOT did not review this as a part?
No, it's not, and officially, there's never been a drawing that's ever been released to the public that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I just know that they've made it possible that as from an engineering perspective, it can be done.
When I worked for Oshara, I designed the I-25 interchange, and it will fit in there. But I'm not an engineer. I did it as an artist. So I believe that it would fit in there, and it was something that Oshara supported at that time for sure, along with Soleil.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, great.
I think the problems that, from the community really came from the north, and maybe with their extension of Richards Avenue to the north, we might be able to overcome that community problem. But no one as far as I understand, ever had an issue with the concept of doing an interchange at this location from the county side of things. It was really from the people north of Rodeo Road that were most concerned.
Seems to cut down on traffic and cut through traffic, but people are counterintuitive on that. So thank you for clarifying that. Does this, are there aspects of landscaping that are in this plan that would sort of screen a little bit and rebuild you're going to grade this pretty extensively, so making it so that from I-25 doesn't just look like a complex of shopping malls and stuff?
Commissioner Green, the individual lots will be treated separately. Right today, we're focused on the infrastructure, and we're putting street trees in along all our roadways and along our trail. And I can't remember the total number of trees, but it's a phenomenal amount. I mean, I believe it really hit our water budget significantly, put it that way. I think it was 100 or 200 trees.
there's no mass grading.
And I don't know that number on the top of my head right
It's going to be pretty
now.
well graded, so it's not going to be mass graded at this
No,
phase of
there's,
it, but it will end up becoming, if you're putting
Yeah.
a cemetery on that open space isn't going to have a tree left
And
on
the
it.
cemetery is going to be heavily landscaped.
Okay. But
So-
nothing native, right? All the piñons and junipers that are there are going to disappear, and maybe you'll put them back, but those are not really the fastest growing trees in the.
Actually, I don't know what's coming as far as the landscaping plan.
Okay.
I've seen some early drawings of the, like walkways and things like that. But I haven't seen the landscaping plans other than some really pretty renderings, but not pure the things that we all want to see yet. I haven't seen them yet. They will, I don't know if they'll come in front of you or they'll just stop at the Planning Commission level, but there will be plans for landscaping, I know. It's very, the owners are very concerned about the aesthetics.
Great. And then, as we've seen on the city side of a bunch of of I-25, there have been this sort of signage, like marketing signs of whether it's a hospital or a self-storage location. Couldn't we get a guarantee that no lit signs will be visible from the highway? So
Yes, I think so. I mean, the county's rules would not really permit those. You're required to have all signage on site, so they would have to be on the individual lots. And then there's pretty strict requirements as far as signage signs and things like that. So I don't think you'll be able to see them from I-25.
So for instance,
They can't have signage like the church has on the city side. On the county side, it's not allowed.
okay, like for instance, there's one of these lots has what's going to end up becoming a supermarket, right?
Hopefully.
Hopefully, right? But
Yeah.
you're asking for approval for that,
Yeah.
and that's going to be a 34-foot tall or whatever the maximum height is. I think it's 34-foot tall box, 40,000 square feet box, more or less, right?
Yeah, the biggest ones in town are almost 100,000 square feet, yeah.
So I won't pass judgment except bigger. Okay, and those can have large signs put on them to sort of market themselves. And that corridor is a scenic corridor for Santa Fe. And
Yeah.
while the city has not done necessarily, in my opinion, enough to protect that corridor, even though they have a corridor standards that they should be, I feel like we should be putting a signage and a lighting standard on this to make sure that all the lighting is below the level of the highway. And
Easily. We're below the highway in
I know,
general.
right? But you could easily put 60-foot tall lighting stanchions, or you could put 25-foot stanchions that are below the hut. So all lighting.
I don't think it's allowed. and the SLDC.
Yeah.
Things that high.
Yeah, luckily, we're really, the land is falling away, and so it'd be impossible, really. So there was no problem with that. And then signage requirements will follow county code, and county code is really good about being strict on the amount of signage you're permitted and the size, which I'm an advocate for. I'm not big on signs myself.
But I don't know that you'll be the architect
Oh,
or
I
designer
won't.
of the next phase. So it's like getting these sort of conditions now is the time to do it, as opposed to.
I think, but all I'm willing to agree to is meeting county code, because I think county code is well written in this aspect. I'd be happy to have, somebody like Jose tell you what it is. He probably knows better than I do, but their rules are good on signage. We don't get big ugly signs in the county because of that.
Right.
Blessing.
And then the loading bays for this big supermarket, are those do you have any idea of the orientation of those? Are those going to be facing Richards? Are they going to be facing the highway or the northeast corridor? Do you see where that access is going to be?
We're not far enough along in any kind of design to know, but I would anticipate that the loading bays would actually be closer to Ashara. They'd be on that side of things. The building would probably face the street, the Soleil Avenue, and then presumably any loading bays would be behind it. Behind the building.
Could be towards Richards or the highway, no?
Well, the shopping center is going to be in the that long rectangle, kind of on the southern end of the property, or in the middle on the south side of the property. That's a really big flat area. That's where the shopping, any kind of larger shopping center would have to go.
Okay. And then one last question. That dotted line that goes south and then to the west, is that a trail or what is that?
Which side? And actually
On
both
the west
of them.
side?
On the west side, that is a trail and also utility lines. So a trail will be built on top of the utility lines, going to Richards Avenue, and then they're going south.
So there will be a trail that connects to
Yes.
Richards Avenue.
Yes, and then on the other side, the same kind of dotted line, that's another trail over there.
And there's an arroyo on both sides, so it just sort of cuts across the arroyo there.
Well, there's connections actually
roads.
with the trails so that you won't be crossing through the arroyo if you don't want to.
Okay.
Actually, on the far east side, you will be going through an arroyo. It's really, really wide there. I mean, it's not a really well-defined arroyo on our far east side.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Hamilton and Commissioner Bustamante, and then yourself, Commissioner Hughes. I apologize.
Thank you.
Fine.
Hi, do you have any any flooding concerns from the arroyo that goes through that area?
Did you say oil?
No, arroyo.
Oh,
I mean,
arroyo.
it's late. I have no idea what it sounded like.
No, I evaluated that main arroyo, and it really isn't that much water. I can't remember. I think it was 212 CFS in a 100-year storm, which is significant. And so we are doing some grading there, channelization a little bit, and then we're doing 25-foot setbacks and kind of confining it into an area. Because right now it's really, really broad.
Yeah.
And so we're kind of confining it a little bit.
Yeah, well, I would recommend, and I'm not looking to put this as a condition, I would just recommend looking at things like rain gardens and other infiltration features instead of the old classic just digging the channel deeper, because it'll actually do better at mitigating flooding. And if it was anything that was evaluated on an uncorrected 100-year storm is going to be inadequate, currently with climate change, but it's an inexpensive way to mitigate it. So it's just a thought.
Thank you. And we do have a detention structure that will capture everything coming down that way and then have an overflow, and it will work well as a recharge structure.
Well, maybe not without, I mean, that's the classic way of doing it. I mean, it was the engineering standard. But it's part of the reason Cerrillos floods, because everybody does that, and everything now, the stormwater all drains into the Cerrillos area. So
Yeah.
it's like it's a storm watershed. So you can very inexpensively keep all the stormwater runoff on site to the benefit of not only
Of vegetation,
of your vegetation. So
I'll look a little more at the rain garden idea. I mean, I've certainly been exposed to that, and we have them in other projects, and they might be practical in this location too.
people think of them as fruity little things for yuppies to do in their front yard, and it's really not. You know, there's
It serves a major
an
benefit.
industrial application of them that can manage all this water on a site, and like I said, in a comparative sense, they're very inexpensive. So
Yeah, they are. Just some rock, really, and some men
they're
working
very
and digging
compatible
holes.
with using it in a recreational space. So
No cement.
What? Pardon?
No cement.
Yeah. So thank you. That was my question and comment.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, thank
Okay.
you.
Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you, Chair Hansen and Orlin. Nice to see you. Mine's a similar type of question. When I look at the shopping center area and I think of that runoff, and everything has been strip mall oriented now for at least the last 40 to 50 plus years. And I don't know if you have any concept of how, is that going to be a strip mall plan? Is it something that's TBD? Or could it be something that is, the old plaza style that actually allowed for the center for people to walk around in the middle and capture water instead of having these large asphalt parking areas in the middle or right in front of the shopping, and then that water all just goes, as Commissioner Hamilton said, into Cerrillos Road. I mean, this wouldn't be Cerrillos Road, but that's been the model for so long. And there are other ways to do the shopping center area in a way that it can capture water as well as create a walkable space for community. And I think of what you all were saying, because it was exactly but related to the shopping center, is that it seems, that it's going to sound really dated to say the word yuppie-ish or whatever, but the point, but the point is it's an aesthetic that invites people and that invites community. So I think there's a real opportunity there. I just wondered, so if you don't have a sense of that being strip mall or Plazuela, then that could be something that would be opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. I can say that, again, we don't have plans for this yet.
Okay.
But I think that every lot is required to retain or detain its stormwater. So we're creating stormwater ponding more than was necessary associated with all the infrastructure we're installing at this time. Additional ponding is going to be required on every lot. And anyone who deals with water in our community, it's expensive. It's so practical to use stormwater runoff efficiently to feed your landscaping. And that often achieves meeting your detention ponding requirements anyway. So it's a twofold benefit when you go ahead and design your system to feed your plants. You're also addressing some of the detention pond requirements, if not all of them. We certainly were going to be encouraging that, but we don't have plans for this yet. That is in phase 2, and so we're probably 3 or 4 years away from that moving forward. They're more focused on phase 1 at this point, but it's coming. And we will hopefully create something of beauty. The real intent, I mean, the owners are very focused on everything has to be well done because like phase 1's got to look beautiful to help sell phase 2, and they want a beautiful product. Thank you.
Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this looks like an interesting design. I had just a couple questions. What's the target audience or residents for the independent living? Is that a senior project or disabled people or hearing impaired, or who are you targeting?
People like myself, probably, who are getting older and would like concierge services and maybe a dining room to go to occasionally. It really is a concept, presumably mostly for older folks. Yes.
Okay. Right. And then I guess we haven't approved a cemetery since I've started. does the cemetery count toward your 50% open space?
Yes, it does. Cemeteries are permitted in open space. And the cemetery actually is not before you today. The cemetery use was approved multiple years ago. But there are a few changes on the use list that we are adding today.
And where's the cemetery on the plan?
On the, between the Soleil Road and Richards Avenue in that green space.
Okay. So near the neighborhood center at
Yes.
4 Soleil Avenue?
Yes.
And that's where, and that's, the neighborhood center is where you envision the funeral home?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So the cemetery will be adjacent to the funeral home.
Well, that makes sense. And I know someone had complained about the funeral home being too close to the independent living. Is it now a little further away?
No, it's not. So we don't, I mean, we have assisted living planned for I think it's called Lot 3. I can't see from here, actually. Maybe I can look on my plan and find out.
I can see Lot 3 down at the bottom, kind of at
So
the south.
it's Lot 2. It's Lot 2. Assisted living could go in Lot 2, but there's actually a laundry list of things that could go in Lot 2.
But I thought
And that includes like a bank and other commercial activities. So we don't know that assisting living is going to go there. We kind of wanted to, we were working with somebody at one point to do this assisted living daycare kind of combination, and we were moving too slow for them. But, as we move along with this project, we're going to try to, get that going again, because I think it's a lovely idea myself.
I see that on this map you have, it's Lot 4. It was a multi-family apartment condo. Is it Lot
Right, is
9?
that multifamily? Is the multifamily apartments, is that where the independent living would be?
No, the independent living is Lot 5 in the southeast corner, and the multifamily is between Soleil Avenue and the Arroyo, the green, strip going through. So we could have up to 95 homes in that area.
Oh, 95 homes in the multifamily area?
Yeah. I don't know if we can
Okay.
fit them in. It's actually difficult. We may not get that many in, but that's what we got approved for. We'll see what we can actually accomplish and do it well.
Right. Well, I think there's certainly a need for condos and townhouses, so that's great.
There's a need
Thank
for
you, Madam Chair.
apartments, too.
Yeah, and a need for apartments as well.
Thank you. Okay, my questions. Who owns the land between Oshara Phase 1 and on Willowback Road?
Yeah.
Is that really ever going to be a connection?
I can't say. I can honestly say I don't know who owns it. I believe Alexis Gerard has sold the bulk of it between us and Oshara. And I do need to contact those people, because ultimately I'd like to see our Northwest Road make it into Oshara for a connection. I just think that's practical. We want to connect roads, but
Right.
but I was really going to focus on that when I got to Phase 2. I haven't met the new owners yet, and I don't know who they are, but I'll dig them up. I'll find out.
Okay, I would like to know. Most of my questions have been asked. I see we have a nice trail system, which I think is great. So when you get to Phase 2, and you have this weird road,
Yeah.
and do you have it shaped like that because of the 10-foot drop?
No, I have it shaped like that because I was actually trying to have all ADA sidewalks. It's my desire to have good sidewalks. I'm debating making it a straight shot and doing it at an 8% grade instead, and then maybe doing a side trail that's an ADA walkway. Frankly, I want to really think about that phase 2 a little more before we actually finalize it.
Okay, so
I
I'm
want to
gonna
look at
ask you-
options.
I'm going to ask you to think about a roundabout also.
At the intersection. Well, at the intersection, whether or not it's going to be a roundabout or something else, and I think very likely it could be a roundabout. It's actually a terrible place terrain-wise for a roundabout, but I think it is really going to end up being a roundabout anyway. That'll come out of the TIA when we do phase 2, what the requirements are. But I suspect we'll be doing a roundabout there. It's just the terrain is really bad. I mean, it's like,
if you've got a 10-foot drop there.
yeah,
And I
it's
see-
a lot of retaining walls that'll be associated with a traffic circle if we put one in there.
Okay.
And that's what I'm worried about, is how
If
ugly
down the
that's going to
road,
be.
It's not happening at this point, but I'm happy that you're thinking about it because I fear the traffic on the Northeast Connector is a little too speedy. People drive a little too fast, and we will have a couple roundabouts at the other end. And I think that, as you're coming up to Richards, you want to slow down traffic, especially since you have another entrance, so close.
I totally agree with you, and I've been designing a lot of traffic circles lately, actually, so.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. I completely support that. So I see that there is one plaza track in this first phase.
Yes.
And then is there another plaza track in the second phase?
Yes, there is on the east side, east of that Willowback Road extension. That's another plaza location.
Okay.
And that's intending to be mostly like a brick area with planters with flowers and things like that in that area.
So as somebody who has worked in this community college together, I have to say how beautiful Oshara Village is.
The plaza is so used too. I mean, every time I go by there, there's people hanging out. It's so lovely.
Yeah, and so I hope that your plazas will be similar, so that allows people
Yours
to...
are bigger. Yours is bigger, I think.
Well, you can make yours bigger.
Yeah.
So it's not exactly mine, but I do have to say that I was really pleasantly surprised to see how beautiful Oshara Village has turned out, and I would like to see other developments in the community college district have that same curb appeal and invitation and inviting environment.
Thank you. That's my hope, that we achieve that we get people out walking in their neighborhood and visiting these places that could be gathering locations. Commissioner, do you know how you got so much, or how it came to be that there was so much artwork in the Oshara Plaza?
I put it there.
Those are your statues?
No, I did a contest, we had art shows, and we had people donated it, and over the years, I put the art piece in the roundabout.
Wonderful.
I got Preston to donate it.
Wonderful. Thank you for
So it's one of the things that Commissioner Bustamante and I are looking forward to having at the county as an arts council, so that we can have more art throughout the county.
Thank you. I really do appreciate that artwork. It's very special.
Yeah, so I was grateful that those artists, many of them just left it there after we had the exhibitions, which was really nice.
Very cool.
Okay, I believe I have to have a public hearing, unless there's any other questions from anybody. Okay, so I'd like to open this up to a public hearing. Is there anybody online that would like to speak? Please come forward, sir. You have to be sworn in.
Right.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath.
Lynn Christensen, 3216 Nujoni Drive, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87507. So, Madam Chair and Commissioners, I'm really happy to be here tonight. This has been a long road for us. I'm here representing 9 villages who opposed the crematorium that was originally proposed. So I want to name those now, just so you know. You mentioned Oshara Village, that was right there. Oshara Village, Desert Sage is in the city part, just across from the I-25. Mission Viejo, Pueblos del Sol, Carlos Rey del Sur, La Pradera, Villas de Toscana, Rancho Viejo, and Park Plazas, among others. They're building more, as you know. So here was a crematorium right in the middle of all these villages that had been proposed. So we worked very hard as a community, pulling together, and we had a website, and that really helped us to get the word out, because the word was not out. I just want to let you know. From the get-go, when we talked to people door to door before we had a website, no one knew that there was a proposed crematorium there. So our work was to share that information and to gain support so that we could prevent it. We made it through well past the hearing officer, and she moved that forward as a condition that she had. And then we were before the Planning Commission, and I actually got some help, and one of the commissioners said, I would like to add that the conditions be part of the vote that would approve it to move this forward. And so I'm here tonight because I want to make sure that what has been approved so far continues on with this vote, and that is that one of the conditions was that it will be noted on the subdivision and the plats and the conceptual plan that the crematorium will be permanently prohibited on the Soleil property. We've had it approved to this point, and we'd like to see that continues. We were glad the developers agreed to that, and I'm just here because I want to make sure that happens.
Thank you, Lynn.
Yes. Any questions for me? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, good evening. This is kind of inadvertent for me to do that. I got involved in this project. My name is John Nitzel.
You have to be sworn in.
Sir, can I swear you in? Okay, raise your right hand. And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. Speaking into the microphone, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath.
Yeah, my name is John Nitzel. I live in Rancho Viejo at 9 Crowsview Place, which is in the immediate area of the project. And let's see, what else did you?
You're under oath.
Oh, I'm here under oath, yes, absolutely. I should add, before I give this brief overview of what I have for concerns, I'm chair of the County Transportation Advisory Committee. And I have this, what I'm going to talk about tonight is totally not related to that. Of course, it's not under the purview of the committee. And also, I'm a consultant with Jacobs Engineering in Albuquerque, and I'm a principal technologist for the firm. And so and I'm not on here on behalf of Jacobs as well. So this is more of a kind of a thing. I live in the neighborhood and became involved in this. I just happened to be chatting one day with Lynn, we've been friends, about things, and she said, oh, did you hear about the development, this one under question? And so I said, oh, no, I didn't know. And so she mentioned concerns about the crematorium, and being a civil engineer and a planner, I thought, well, maybe I could help and do a little research and see what I could find for for that, and I did. And basically, what it brought to mind to me was a concern about the potential risks that a crematorium presents, and particularly in a residential area. And I'll give you a little brief overview of what I found in the conversation I had with a national expert. And so basically I did a literature research, and that's what I always do. I've been on National Academy of Engineering committees for over 30 years. That's under the National Academies located in DC. And so I do a lot of research, or I've done research and reviewed a lot of papers. So I always start out and do a literature search and find see what I could find. And I found an interesting paper, and I just want to cite this because it gives a lot of what I'll cover. And the reason why I'm talking about this, it was very gracious, and I really appreciate the developer dropping the crematorium. And it was really a relief to have them do that. So it's much appreciated. But what it also created when I looked at this was an awareness of the potential risks of a land use like this to the area, particularly to residential areas. And I would really suggest that the county, if there's another one in the future that's developed, that they really be careful where that's sited, and certainly not in the proximity of a residential area. And I'll give you a few reasons why here real quick. I also contacted a friend of mine who's a professor at the University of California, Irvine. And she's a national expert in air pollution and teaches air pollution and does research on behalf of the university in the state of California. So a lot of what I'm talking about tonight, I kind of had her do a preview, a review to see if it's valid from her perspective as an expert. So there's kind of two checks on this, I think, from what I'm going to mention. This document was published by the National Collaborating Center for Environmental Health, which is a Canadian research entity, and it dealt with the effects of crematoriums and the air quality and the health effects. So that kind of gives you, I hope this gives you a quick perspective. And I just want to cite a few things. One question they asked, do crematoria emit harmful pollutants of public health concern, which is kind of what the basis for the neighborhood concern was, I think. And they indicate in the paper that there are combustion gases such as carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxide, sulfur dioxide, and volatile organic compounds called VOCs that are emitted typically. Particulate matter is also emitted, which sometimes it's so small you can't see it, but it is emitted as particulates besides the gases. And then there's organic pollutants that are also emitted. And all in all, when they tallied these, and the indications were from their research that a crematorium can exhibit, or emit, I should say, up to 24 different things that are potentially health harmful. So it depends on how the emission controls are, but that can happen in this type of use. So it is something we have to be concerned about. Oh, and also heavy metals are emitted, such as mercury and a few other things, and I won't read those. But I think that's an interesting thing. And just one last comment, and I'll quit, is the composition of the casket and the cremains were looked at in this paper. And this is kind of a little gory, but it says, the size of the corpse can affect the initial combustion temperature, the duration over which emissions are released, which is 1.5 to 5 hours long for one body, and the total quantity of the emissions. So this has been studied by that, and the mercury emissions are affected by the presence of people with dental types of treatments. Plastics are also emitted from the coffin and caskets. And interestingly enough, plastics are a big concern now, and the coffin can be plastic, so that's an emission. And then some people have radioactive substances as part of their situation. And so these are a summary of all the things that brought me to be concerned about this. So I hope the county, if you're faced with any more of these types of sites, carefully look at where it should be sited, where it isn't in a residential area, and maybe it's in an area that's zoned a little more appropriately. So, but care needs to be taken. So that's my what I have for tonight, and I appreciate you listening. I could add one more comment. As I've worked with Jacobs and CH2M Hill, and we did the corridor study of I-25, the interchanges through Santa Fe, and we looked a little bit at the Richards situation. We suggested as part of an output of that study that an interchange could be feasible there in the future. So that's kind of where that concept came from, was our study we did about 10 or 15 years ago. So one comment about the design, we did not do a detailed review of the design. Okay, that was related to a question by the commissioner, so okay. Yes, thank you. Does anybody have any questions or anything? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. What's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, I could make a motion.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I move that we.
Wait 1 second, I need to close public.
Oh, sure.
Hearing. So I'm closing the public hearing. One more question from Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For Kenneth and Jose, is there a condition specifically saying that no crematorium, and that is in the record as a?
Yes, it's on
yeah,
the
I just
plat.
want to make it's going to be on the plat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to, because I just want to make sure, put them at ease. So
Yes.
thank you very much. Go for it, Commissioner
Okay,
Hughes.
Commissioner Hughes.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that we approve the Selah conceptual plan amendment and preliminary plat phases 1 and 2 and final subdivision plat phase 1, and subject to all the staff conditions, including especially the condition that there be no crematorium.
Have we left anything else out? Okay.
I'll second that. Go ahead.
So I have a motion from Commissioner Hughes, a second from Commissioner Green. Do I need a roll call vote? No. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? No opposition. Congratulations. Long time coming. Thank you for all your work, everybody, on this project. Okay, next we'll go on to concluding business announcements. Any other announcements?
Happy New Year. Merry Christmas.
Happy
Thank you
New
for a wonderful
Year.
year, everybody.
Happy Hanukkah. Happy Kwanzaa, blessings at solstice. And thank you, everybody. Thank you, staff, for all your work on all of these projects. And thank you, Kenneth and Jose. And I see Lasaida left. So thank you, land use. Okay. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Move to, second.
Motion to adjourn from Bustamante. Commissioner Bustamante, a second from Commissioner Hamilton. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, thank you. Good night, everybody. Okay.